our public hearing meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors. Today is Tuesday, December 10th, 2024. We take note that a full complement of the board is present. The Chief Executive Officer, County Council, Executive Officer, and the Sergeant at Arms are all here to assist. We'll begin today's board meeting with the county's land acknowledgement. The County of Los Angeles recognizes that we occupy land originally and still inhabited and cared for by the Tongva, Tataviam, Serrano, Quiche, and Chumash peoples. We honor and pay respect to their elders and descendants, past, present, and emerging, as they continue their stewardship of these lands and waters. We acknowledge that settler colonization resulted in land seizure, disease, subjugation, slavery, relocation, broken promises, genocide, and multi-generational trauma. This acknowledgement demonstrates our responsibility and commitment to truth, healing, and reconciliation, and elevating the stories, culture, and community of the original inhabitants of Los Angeles County. We are grateful to have the opportunity to live and work on these ancestral lands. We are dedicated to growing and sustaining relationships with Native peoples and local tribal governments, including, in no particular order, Fernandinho Tataviam Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Tongva Indians of California Tribal Council, Gabrielino Tongva San Gabriel Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Band of Mission Indians Quiche Nation, San Manuel Band of Mission Indians, San Fernando Band of Mission Indians. To learn more about the First Peoples of Los Angeles County, please visit the Los Angeles City, County, Native American Indian Commission website at lanaic.lacounty.gov. Thank you. And now we will move on to scroll presentations, and I get the honor of beginning. And then it will be Supervisor Solis, Supervisor Mitchell. I will be presenting for Supervisor Horvath and Supervisor Hahn. So with that, we're going to do scroll presentations. Good morning, everyone. That was weak. Good morning, everyone. There we go. This morning, I am joined by a truly remarkable public servant. After an incredible 4 decades of advocacy and hard work, Jackie Goldberg retired, I guess yesterday officially. I had the pleasure of knowing Jackie from staffers for the Board of Supervisors working on child and family services. Then and now, I have always admired Jackie's tenacity, for sure, perspective, but also your work ethic. I remember how much I valued her opinion when she worked for Supervisor Gloria Molina. I've always had a great respect for her and have learned a lot from her over the years. Though our political views sometimes differ, we've always been able to find common ground. In fact, I believe she helped me develop a more balanced point of view. Because I respect her insight so much, she was one of the first people I sat down with when I decided to run for office. I don't know if you remember that.
I do.
I
said run.
She did, for the hills. I've always valued her words of wisdom and admired her commitment to service. For those who don't know or have had the pleasure of knowing Jackie personally, I'd like to share a glimpse into her storied career. Most recently, Jackie was elected to the Los Angeles Board of Education in 2019 and served as its president in 2023. It was a full circle moment when the school board is where she got her start as an elected official 40 years ago. So you went back after 40 years to the school board. Her priority has always been the well-being of Los Angeles County students, doubling down on support and access for students who need it most. Her re-election came when her leadership was deeply needed as students continue catching up in the aftermath of the pandemic. Jackie's entire career has focused on youth, especially for those in the most disadvantaged with few resources. Her advocacy began when she was just a student herself. Her first political involvement was as a student leader in the free speech movement at UC Berkeley in 1964. Following in her mother's footsteps, she pursued her dream of becoming a teacher. She taught in Compton for 16 years, laser-focused on justice and equity for her students. After her first time in the classroom, Jackie was elected to the LAUSD board in 1983. There, she led the charge to implement a district-wide dual language education program and build more schools to address classroom overcrowding. It was from there that she had her stint at the county, using her hands-on experience to advise Supervisor Molina on children's issues. From there, she was elected to Los Angeles City Council in 1994, where she became the council's first openly LGBTQ+ member. On the council, she revitalized Hollywood and developed a historic living wage ordinance for city employees. In 2000, she went on to the state legislature, where she served for 3 terms in the assembly. Fittingly, she served as a chair of Education Committee and continued to champion issues that uplifted schools and the LGBTQ community. After her time in the Assembly, she became a faculty advisor at UCLA's Graduate School of Education and Information Studies. She has always served as chair. She also served for chair for Mayor Eric Garcetti's city-targeted local hire working program, which secured entry-level city jobs for veterans, those with disabilities, transgender individuals, people experiencing homelessness, those who were formerly incarcerated, and those living in high poverty areas. And from there, she returned to where it all began, spending the last few years of her career serving Los Angeles students on the Board of Education. In every role she's had, Jackie has been a steadfast advocate and a thoughtful policymaker. I have been proud to see her career up close and to call her a friend. Jackie, as you embark on the next chapter, I hope you enjoy some well-deserved rest in your retirement, but I have a feeling that the school board will be hearing from you during public comment. Please know that you've left an incredible legacy that will continue to impact generations of youth to come. From the bottom of my heart, thank you for just the work you've done, and I look forward to keeping in touch. Absolutely. And having you keep me focused on what matters most, and that is the future of LA County, and that is our youth, and ensuring that equity is alive and well amongst our students. So with that, I have a proclamation honoring your time. This is for you, Jackie, and thank you so much.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Supervisor, I have to say that of some of the memories that most people don't know any about are our couple of years working in children's services. You know, we started from different places, but we always found a way to get things together. And I will tell you, this woman was able to get Supervisor Antonovich to do things no one believed he would ever do, because it was about children. And she was very persuasive in talking with him about children. And I admired that in you, because I had an easier time. I had to struggle too, but not as much as you. And those years are a good part of my memory. And I appreciate your inviting me here to honor me. I want to just say to my wife, Sharon Stricker, sitting there in the first row, that nobody does accomplish the things that we have accomplished without having someone who loves you and cares about you waiting at home after you get bruised and beaten around the head about many of the issues. In Sacramento, gay people were called bestiality. That's what they said. We were beasts. We were dreadful folks, and they weren't shy in saying it out loud. And I'd come back, and I'd always have someone who'd say, well, what did you expect? That's who they are, and support me and help me. So I want to thank Sharon. But also I want to say the same thing that I say everywhere. Staff is everything. Staff is everything. Best thing about being an elected official is you get credit for all the millions of hours your staff puts in doing things. And my staffs have always been extraordinary, and I appreciated them, and that's how we got so much done. But mostly I want to just say thank you to you. I appreciate our friendship. I look forward to many more years of talking about this and that. Yep. And you know that if there's ever anything I can do to help you or support you, I'm in your camp. Thank you so much for this honor.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Supervisor Solis.
On the other side.
Congratulations, my dear, my friend. Okay.
Tell me how it is.
Crazy. So we'll bring up our, after she gets down. Should we move that over here for the time being? 5 minutes, huh? Oh, no, it's okay. And I just saved it. Okay. Are we doing the video first? No, at the end. Okay. So they've already been. And have them line up. Have them. Okay. Thank you. Los más altos atrás y los pequeños allá al frente. Okay. Los más pequeños acá enfrente y los estudiantes, ¿no? Some of them can come in the back, ¿no? Come on. Sí, aquí, así. Can we get all of the fellows? Will the fellows come up? Yeah, fellows, yeah. And el alto. Yeah. Okay. Is that everybody, more or less? Yeah, he should come up. Okay, we're going to get started here. Good morning. Buenos dias.
Buenos días.
I am very, very excited and very thrilled today because we get to recognize a very, very favored community-based organization that I have come to know over the last several years. And they are known as Cultiva LA's California Climate Action Corps Fellows and Cultivadores. Cultivadores, you'll see later on in the video what that all means. But I wanted to showcase their work, increasing food access, contributing to wildfire resiliency, urban greening, and volunteer engagement at various events throughout the County of Los Angeles. Cultiva LA is leading the urban agricultural movement by transforming access to healthy food and wellness through people, social enterprise, and environmental justice. It has built an incredible network of community gardens and community farms throughout Los Angeles County that have become a beacon of hope for many, many of our vulnerable residents. And it is actively growing in over 10 acres of land and expanding. Through Cultiva LA's unique partnership with social service providers and local leadership, they have developed a 12-week urban agricultural model with a strong emphasis on community workforce development, mentorship, and entrepreneurship for both youth and adults. And as you can tell, it's intergenerational. At the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, Cultiva LA distributed over 350,000 pounds of fresh produce during weekly food distributions, reaching approximately 500 people per week. Their Westlake Community Garden became the first green space in the county to host vaccine drives with 4,700 people vaccinated. Cultiva LA has cultivated innovative partnerships by implementing the Green Waste Compost Project, diverting over 180 tons of green waste from landfills, and has spearheaded conversations on the LA County Food Equity Roundtable strategic plan, procuring over $6 million through the Care First Community Investment, known as CFCI, in year 2. I was proud to name Cultiva LA as a Good Food Champion awardee for their collaborative and innovative approach to not only address food insecurity, but also to honor our land. We currently inhabit and increase local urban agriculture. Currently, Cultiva LA has 4 fellows from the California Climate Action Corps Fellowship. The California Climate Action Corps Fellowship, a program spearheaded by our very own Governor Gavin Newsom, places fellows with host partners like Cultiva throughout the state of California, principally in underserved communities. And since 2021, Cultiva LA has served as a host site and has trained over 22 California Climate Action Corps fellows. Through this very unique program, Cultiva LA has procured over $594,000 in workforce training development. And additionally, Cultiva has brought in $180,000 in educational awards to its fellows via the Siegel AmeriCorps Education Grant. The fellows serve 1,700 hours over an 11-month term to mobilize their communities through climate volunteer engagement, climate action, and education programs focused on urban greening, organic waste, and edible food recovery and wildfire resiliency. They also develop leadership skills through hosting large-scale volunteer events and conduct monthly outreach for fresh produce food giveaways. The fellows also work side by side with Cultiva LA's cultivadores, who stand with us today. The cultivadores grow and supply fresh organic herbs and vegetables to individuals and families, as well as to the community through Cultiva LA's innovative free farmers market, known as the Mercado al Aire Libre, in the Westlake MacArthur Park neighborhood in Greater Los Angeles. I think that's where we first met. The cultivadores understand collaboration and value nutrition, and their prior experience as farmers is valued and seen as a strength, as they help to transform food access throughout Los Angeles County. Cultiva LA's fellows and cultivadores have served more than 8,500 people. They have given away over 950,000 pounds of fresh produce and have donated over 180 tons of compost and 1.3 million pounds of mulch that would otherwise have ended up in a landfill, thus helping us to sequester carbon and capture water. Now, at this moment, I would like to play a video that will highlight some of their community work in the community. Please watch.
My name is Jose Miguel Ruiz. I'm the Executive Director from Cultiva LA, a community nonprofit here in LA County. Our mission is to transform access to healthy food and wellness, and we're doing that through people, social enterprise, and environmental justice. So here at the Cultiva LA farm, a 5-acre community farm, we've been here for 3 years, and we're very excited that the supervisor has also supported financially in the vision. We consider the farm to be more of an outdoor learning center where anybody from the community or the surrounding area could come and visit us and learn anything that they want to learn, from pollinators, from native plants, from trees, irrigation, anything that the community has an interest in.
When Cultiva came over, they really revamped the space. I mean, there's structure now, there's infrastructure now, and I'm just so thankful because as a community member, a space like this is not around. There's parks, yes, but it's like something for kids to be educated. Like I have two little ones. They're in right now they're in 1st and 3rd grade. So to be able to bring them here to this space and showing them, hey, this is how cauliflower grows. So eat it.
When I stepped into this garden, I had realized I'm stepping into my grandmother's backyard. So my mom grew up down the street. She was born and raised here in South El Monte. And that's why I've kept coming back. There's roots here, and I feel connected, more connected to my family, volunteering here. So the first event that I helped with was the pumpkin patch, and I saw how many kids came through. The kids kept coming back. They enjoy this space. They love gardening. They came back for pancakes with Santa. They came back for Earth Day. They helped build like a hill. They planted trees here. So it's the kids that come back that keeps me coming back as well.
I think it's just seeing the kids that come, like there's little kids that come and they're teaching me how to garden. Like I'm like, oh, I thought I knew everything, and then they're coming over here and they're like, no, you have to put, like break the roots like this, the roots go like this, and they get so excited to show me and like walk around. I think that's one of my favorite parts. The kids showing me, like telling me that's exciting.
Wherever you hear the word Cultiva LA, know that this is home for you and that you can just engage with us, or visit any of our sites. They're open at different hours, but if you see someone there, the gate's open, come on in. The directive is that we engage community and we don't turn anyone away.
Again, we want to thank the staff of La Cultiva, the director, the board members, our friends from Sacramento, and of course the California Climate Action Corps fellows. Let's hear it for them, a round of applause. And most of all, our cultivadores. These are the proud family and community members that come out and help throughout LA County. So we are so thankful to them and want to see more of this spreading out and growing in other parts of LA County. Thank you. Muchas gracias. Thank you. Okay. We're going to do a quick photo. Yes, I would like to present this to the California Climate Action Corps as well, because we couldn't do this without you. Thank you very much for the funding from Sacramento and our governor. Thank you. Okay, let's do a quick photo in the front. Vamos acá enfrente.
Thank you, Supervisor Solis. We also have a few gifts in the spirit of the Dodgers for all of our supervisors as well. So Dodger Blue.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I will wear it. And now Supervisor Mitchell. Thank you. Good morning, Los Angeles. We see that our colleague, Supervisor Horvath, hasn't made it in, wishing she and all of her constituents well and safety given the horrible fires that we're experiencing in Malibu. Everybody here? All right, excellent. It's an honor, truly, colleagues, to stand before you today
to celebrate the remarkable achievements of St. John's Community Health and to mark 60 years, you don't look too bad for 60, of unwavering dedication to addressing health inequities and disparities. Founded in a very good year, 1964, as a one-room volunteer-run pediatric clinic, St. John's, under the leadership of their amazing CEO and president, Jim Mangia, has grown into one of the largest federally qualified health center networks in the country. Guided by the belief that healthcare is a fundamental human right, St. John's provides comprehensive medical, dental, mental health, and substance use services, along with case management and community outreach. With 30 locations, including mobile units, school-based wellness centers, and public housing clinics, and more to come based on a recent passage of an initiative in Compton, going to be on the Compton Community College campus, amazing. St. John's ensures accessible care to those who need it the most. During the COVID-19 pandemic, St. John's played a crucial role in safeguarding public health by administering, get this, over 500,000 vaccines through community clinics and partnerships. And it was really your visionary leadership that earned you the nickname that I won't call you here in the boardroom. But, you know, when you talk to me about looking to the future and understanding the unique nature of the vaccines, and so you went out and bought those freezers to be able to hold them, I knew that you were the kind of leader that we all want, particularly in a time of crisis. And so you know I will always have a great deal of respect for you. St. John's commitment to health equity and social justice is evident in its efforts to train a diverse healthcare workforce and to build vital partnerships with labor, schools, local governments, working together to tackle health disparities across LA, San Bernardino, and Riverside counties. So I want to give St. John's a heartfelt congratulations on your 60th anniversary. You came into existence during a time very much like now, when there was deep division in communities across LA County, across the country for that matter, where health disparities were at an all-time high, and there was deep fear and concern from members of our community about whether they would be supported and whether services would be provided in a culturally competent, linguistically competent manner. And for you to be here 60 years later at a time such as this is really important to my constituents and every resident across LA County. So today we celebrate your extraordinary commitment to the health and well-being of all of our communities. And with that, please take a look at this video.
Starting as a one-room pediatric clinic 60 years ago, St. John's Community Health is now one of the largest networks of federally qualified health centers in Southern California. But this wasn't always the case. Historically, public health was critically lacking in Southern California.
There wasn't enough access to health care. There were few health centers and not many family doctors. South LA was a healthcare desert. We knew something had to change. South Los Angeles has the population of Philadelphia, around 1.5 million people. And there was nowhere for that population to get health care, other than waiting for hours in emergency rooms. So we started our expansion in earnest around 1994. And today we have 24 health centers and 4 mobile clinics in Los Angeles, Compton, and the Inland Empire, with more facilities on the way.
Including our newest initiative, a community resilience center in the most under-resourced area of LA County that highlights today's crucial intersection of health and climate change, This groundbreaking space not only provides shelter during emergencies, but offers a comprehensive array of programs for the local community. But buildings alone don't tell our whole story.
What does 60 years of service look like to a community in need?
In the past 30 years, our organization has made a profound impact by serving over 1.5 million patients. During this time, we have facilitated 500,000 behavioral health visits, 1.1 million dental visits, and 4.1 million medical visits.
It's comprehensive. You don't find this type of help anywhere else.
Yo no veía, yo había perdido mi vista. Yo era totalmente dependiente que me movieran a traerme con el doctor. Para cualquier otra cosa, yo necesitaba ayuda. St. John's me ayudó a salvar mi vista. Es una bendición tan grande haber encontrado a la clínica St. John's y haber recuperado mi vista, que esto no tiene precio.
After being homeless for about 3 months and I heard about St. John's, just to know that someone like that actually cared.
As St. John's Community Health looks to the future, we will continue our legacy of care, innovation,
and commitment,
where every individual is nurtured toward a brighter, healthier tomorrow.
We know that healthcare is more than just the technicalities of modern medicine. It's about fighting poverty, racism, homelessness, and food scarcity. It's about fighting for social justice and equality of care. It's about continuing to be transformative in our healthcare approach. And we think that should be the legacy of St. John's as it enters its next 60 years.
Amazing. I want to add two things about St. John that you don't touch on in the video. First of all, I saw Jake this weekend. Jack, thank you. Jack and I met as a result of him spending about 30 years in the secure housing unit in Pelican Bay. It was a participant in the infamous hunger strike of 2011 and a series of public policy changes that ultimately led to his release. And St. John's took a chance on him and gave him a job. And his job is to help those who are released from our carceral system find their way as St. John's helped them. St. John's also has a premier clinic focusing on the unique needs of our transgender family, friends, and neighbors to create a safe space, a space with trained healthcare professionals to meet their unique healthcare needs. Those are, for me, two examples of how, over the past 60 years, St. John's has looked out over the horizon to understand the emerging, growing, changing needs of a community and stepped up to the plate to meet them. And so I want to welcome St. John's President and CEO, Jim Mangia, to say a few words and acknowledge the amazing leadership team he has assembled. Because as Board Member Goldberg said, this can't be done alone. It takes an entire village of committed people to see the vision of a committed organization like St. John's. Happy birthday.
Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell. St. John's couldn't have done what we've done if we didn't have advocates and supporters, particularly in positions of power. And Supervisor Mitchell has been a supporter and advocate for St. John's from her years in Sacramento and obviously her years on the Board of Supervisors. And we're very, very grateful for you and for all of your support. And it was the partnership with Supervisor Mitchell and Supervisor Solis that allowed us to vaccinate so many people. The parks were opened for us. We set up community vaccination sites throughout South LA and East Los Angeles, and we subsequently were able to vaccinate more than 500,000 people. But the one thing that I do want to say today is that while St. John's is big, we have more than 1,400 staff members. We have now 30 sites, including our mobiles. we've remained true to our mission of social justice, to our mission of health justice and health equity. And we really believe that healthcare is a human right, and that we have to stand firm, particularly in these times, to protect healthcare for the undocumented, for trans people, for black women, for immigrants. We need to make sure that those folks continue to be cared for in LA County the way they have been by community health centers throughout the county. So thank you so much for this honor, and I want to particularly thank all of the folks standing behind me, which is the majority of St. John's leadership team, who really makes it happen. I just kind of have the idea, and then they make it happen.
Pretty gangster ideas. And given the breadth and reach of St. John's colleagues, we did a 5-signature scroll. So if my colleagues would like to come up and join us in the picture. I'm so selfless. See how I share you all with everybody else? Please give St. John's a round of applause for their 60th anniversary. Oh, come in front of the podium.
Up in the front.
Yeah, very impressive.
They were walking out when I was walking for the 4:30. Yeah. Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay, you're right. You're right, Mike Lansing. You're next. You're next after this. Amapola. Let him in. How are you? Nice to see you. Thank you, Madam Chair. It gives me great pleasure to recognize the amazing contributions and philanthropic work of Amapola Deli and Market, which is headquartered in my district in the city of Santa Fe Springs and has stores in Downey, Paramount, and unincorporated Florence Graham area. We're joined today by the president and CEO of Amapola Market, Rolando Pozos. Rolando, thank you so much for being here this morning. Amapola Market is a story of the American dream. The founder was Don Francisco Galvan, a Mexican immigrant who came to Los Angeles with just $10 in his pocket and no knowledge of the English language. But with hard work and the support of his family, he built a business that for over 60 years has been instrumental in preserving and advancing traditional Mexican culinary and cultural practices here in Los Angeles County. In 2021, the company changed ownerships from the original Galvan family to the Pozos family, which not only continues this legacy, but is working to expand it. Under Rolando's leadership, Amapola has invested in the community by hosting several cultural community events at their stores, and last year launched a fundraising effort by selling 200% Latinx reusable tote bags, where 100% of the proceeds were given to the Latino Equality Alliance Scholarship Program, which benefits and empowers Latinx LGBTQ youth here in Los Angeles County. One of the items Amapola is famous for is their masa. Every holiday season, hundreds of people stand in line for the opportunity to purchase these bags of gold to make traditional tamales. After the redistricting, my district became home to the largest Latino constituency in LA County. And usually, during the Christmas holiday, I always provided turkeys to family. But I learned that many within the Latino community don't eat turkey during the Christmas season. What brings them together is the time-honored tradition of making tamales. So last year, I partnered with Amapola, and we successfully served over 400 families, and each received a free 10-pound bag of masa, chiles, and corn husks to make their traditional tamales and feed their family. This event was so successful that this Saturday, we are partnering up again to serve free masa to 1,000 families, allowing them to continue this tradition at no cost to them. Thank you so much. And this could not be possible without the partnership of Amapola Market and the leadership of their president and CEO, Rolando Pozos. And for that reason, I wanted to honor you today here on the Board of Supervisors and present you with this commendation. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Han, and for your amazing team. And thank you to all the supervisors here today. We're very honored to be part of this proclamation. And this is just not only for Amapola Market, but for all the families and the communities that we serve. As you know, the masa is very important, but you know what is the real magic of Amapola? It is how we bring families together through this tradition of tamales. And it's so important to have happy, joyful families breaking bread together and keeping this tradition alive in Los Angeles forever. This is why I'm so proud of waking up every day and working with my team and now partnering with teams like yours and getting direct access to the community and to the people that we serve. For me, as the president of the company, is just unique, and I thank you for including me in this giveaway. And I also want to invite the rest of the supervisors. We can do that too for all of you. We want to know the community. We're part of LA. And in Southern California, I think people drive 2 hours, 3 hours to come to our markets. So let's help the rest of the supervisors to do more giveaways and families.
That's great.
And thank you again for the opportunity. And we will continue supporting and partnering with your team in anything that you need.
Thank you. Well, thank you so much. And as you can all see, your generosity really comes from your heart, and I can see it in your eyes. So thank you for being a business that really cares and wants to give back to their community. And I wanted to give a shout out to my field deputy, Ivan Sulik, who helps organize these masa giveaways. And it's Ivan's birthday today, so happy birthday, Ivan. Free masa for you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's also an honor for me today to honor my good friend and a San Pedro legend, Mike Lansing, for his extraordinary 30 years of service as the executive director of the Boys and Girls Club of the Los Angeles Harbor. Mike, your unwavering commitment to the youth of this community has left an indelible mark on generations of families. Your motto of more can be seen through your programs you've created and the number of students who attend the club each day. Mike is a San Pedro native, a second-generation resident who grew up playing sports at the San Pedro Boys Club, and it was just the Boys Club. From those early days, the club became more than just a place to play. It became a foundation for lifelong friendships and mentorship. When Mike stepped into the role of executive director in 1995, he brought a clear vision: serve teams, expand the reach of the club, and prioritize comprehensive programming. And under his leadership, This organization has grown from a single site to 25 locations, serving 2,800 young people a day. Mike spearheaded the College Bound program, which has become a life-changing initiative for thousands of teens, a program that provides personalized guidance that helps students navigate the complex path to higher education. Each student receives support in building a belief that college is attainable and crafting a roadmap to achieve their dreams and developing the skills to succeed, and the results are astounding. With over 550 teens enrolled annually and a 99% high school graduation rate and a 97% college enrollment rate of those in the program. That right there is incredible statistics. But, and also through daily tutoring, SAT prep, financial aid workshops, and exposure to universities, this program ensures that students who might otherwise not see college as an option are equipped to thrive academically and personally. But we know that college might not be for every student's desire, and Mike recognized this as well. So he launched the Career Bound program, providing workforce skills and paid internships for those who want a promising career in construction, welding, plumbing, and other well-paid union-strong jobs. Career Bound partners with Harbor Freight Tools for schools to give students hands-on training and certification, and then works with local unions like ILWU, IBEW, to place students into jobs that will support themselves and their families. Through Mike's leadership, the club's budget grew from $270,000 to over $16 million, enabling programs that meet the evolving needs of the Harbor area youth. His focus on kids first and doing more has been the driving force behind this incredible growth. Mike, your dedication to this community is unmatched. You've not only improved lives, but inspired others to follow in your footsteps. And while we'll miss your day-to-day leadership, your legacy will guide the Boys and Girls Club of the Harbor area for years to come through the club's new CEO, Pete Settlemeyer, who I know you've had the opportunity to mentor over these last few months. There's many of us in San Pedro and in the Harbor area who can't believe that this day came. Honestly, we have just always seen you at the helm of the club, and your incredible leadership and the opportunities that you have given so many young people will always remain as your legacy. But we wish you well, and we know that this was the right decision for you, but there's so many of us that really never wanted to see this day come. So on behalf of the 10 million residents of the County of Los Angeles and my Board of Supervisors, we wanted to thank you and honor you today, and I have a beautiful frame certificate for you. Yes, I'll hold this for you.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Hahn, AKA Janice. More has been our strategic plan for the last 30 years, and one of the reasons we've been able to do more is the tremendous support that the supervisor has provided year in and year out. I can't express my gratitude enough for your confidence and trust in providing those resources so that we could do more, whether it was college, whether it was career, whether it was the arts, whether it was the food pantries. Your continuing and generous support has truly made a difference. And to the other supervisors, there are 17 Boys and Girls Clubs in LA County. They're all doing great work, serving over 100,000 young people. I hate to say this, but as the chaos of January 20th is nearing, the need for Boys and Girls Clubs and the services they're going to provide is going to be even more important. The need for food service and support like Cultiva LA and healthcare, like St. John's Community Health, and the need for immigration and the ability for people who belong here to stay here. We all in the communities need grassroots, need to be able to provide those services, and I ask all of the supervisors to continue their great support of all of our citizens because they deserve it, and you are fantastic because I've seen who you've brought up today, not talking about myself, but keep up your great work, and Janice, you've been the greatest, so thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
And now Supervisor Horvath.
Good morning. It is a pleasure to see everyone. I will say not even a fire in Malibu was going to stop me from doing this presentation this morning because I just love Project Angel Food so much. It is an absolute privilege to be here to honor the incredible work of Project Angel Food, an organization that's incredibly close to my heart. At critical points throughout its history, Project Angel Food has been a beacon of hope and strength for our community, rising to meet challenges with compassion and courage. From serving those impacted by the HIV/AIDS crisis, to supporting individuals living with diverse health conditions, and most recently, combating food insecurity during the pandemic, Project Angel Food has proven time and time again that they are ready to answer the call. Today, they provide more than 1 million meals each year to people across Los Angeles County, ensuring those in greatest need have access to healthy, life-saving food. Project Angel Food's impact extends far beyond the meals they provide. They foster connection and deliver care at moments when it's needed most. This past Thanksgiving, I had the privilege of volunteering alongside their incredible team and Chair Barger, who was there as well, and we witnessed the dedication and compassion of everyone involved, whether preparing meals or packing deliveries, and we all were truly inspired. Project Angel Food nourishes not just our communities, but it also fosters dignity and a profound sense of belonging through each interaction. And I can say even before my time as a county supervisor, while I was serving in West Hollywood, I was mayor during the height of the COVID pandemic, and we in our community were at risk of not being able to serve our older adults who were living in isolation, who were living alone and maybe not able to access food and other resources. And so when we had service providers who weren't able to continue to work with us, we reached out to Project Angel Food and said, I know this isn't what you typically do, but can you help us in our community in this important way at this critical time? And without hesitation, Richard Ayub, my dear friend, said yes. And so to do just a little bit more than in my part, I took on a route every Thursday morning during the pandemic to deliver meals. And I saw firsthand how people's lives are changed because of the work of Project Angel Food. It's the food, for certain, but it's also the connection and the care and the compassion that is shown through each interaction. People know they are not alone, they know they are cared for, and they know somebody is watching out for them. And I want to take a moment to specifically recognize Richard Ayub, whose leadership has been instrumental in carrying forward Project Angel Food's important mission. Richard, you are an extraordinary leader, and I am pleased to say you are not only my neighbor, but you are also my friend. And your unwavering dedication to serve Angelinos continues to inspire me. I thank you all for your vision, your tireless advocacy, and your ability to bring together people who make a lasting difference. And on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, we are incredibly proud to support and celebrate the work of organizations like Project Angel Food, and I am endlessly grateful for all that you do to uplift and empower our neighbors during their most challenging times. I thank you for continuing to show the power of care, compassion, and commitment to our communities. And let's give them a round of applause.
Wow, that's amazing. Thank you so much, Supervisor Horvath. We deeply appreciate that. I am joined by our board chair, Robin Fujimoto, vice chairs, John Sinego and Audrey Schlafer, and also our Director of Talent and Communications, Brad Bessie. And we are here to say thank you to the County of Los Angeles for the support of our life-saving services to thousands of Angelinos. Thank you for funding through the Ryan White Care Act. And thank you so much for helping fund our kitchen expansion so we can serve 3 times as many people as we serve today. As you know, Project Angel Food, or you may not know, Project Angel Food is celebrating 35 years of service and 19 million meals. We have been a beacon of hope and healing since the AIDS pandemic, and we're honored to be the only organization providing medically tailored meals throughout LA County to people living with heart disease, lung disease, diabetes, kidney failure, and all forms of cancer, along with HIV. Thank you so much for this honor.
On behalf of Los Angeles County, we have this beautiful scroll, and I'm going to ask our chair to join us in this photo as well. I know how much she loves the work of Project Angel Food, too.
Thank you, Supervisor Horvath, for letting me join in on that. Executive Officer, will you please call the agenda?
We will begin on page 3, Set Matters. Set Matter 1 is a report on the county's implementation of the People Experiencing Homelessness missions. This item will be held for discussion. On Set Matter 2, Supervisor Barger requests that this item be continued to January 14th, 2025, as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On page 4, Public Hearings, items 3 through 8. On item 4, the Director of Public Works requests that this item be continued to January 28th, 2025, as indicated on the posted agenda. On item 6, the Director of Regional Planning requests that this item be continued to January 28th, 2025, as indicated on the posted agenda. On item 8, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. The remaining items will be held for hearing. On page 10, Policy Presentations. On item 9, this item will be held for report. On item 10, the Chief Executive Officer requests that this item be taken off calendar, and the Chief Executive Office will report back to the Board in writing by February 11th, 2025. On page 11, Notices of Closed Session. On CS5, County Council requests that this item be taken off calendar as indicated on the supplemental agenda. That completes the reading of the agenda, Madam Chair. The request for continuances and to take items off calendar are before you.
Thank you. Moved by Supervisor Horvath, seconded by Supervisor Solis to approve these items. That will be the order. Executive Officer, please play the Code of Conduct.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please have your attention?
The meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors is about to commence. A code of conduct will now be read, and we request that you comply with it to ensure the efficient administration of the meeting. Members of the public, it is your right to participate in today's board hearing, and the board encourages such participation. However, the right of the public to address the board must be balanced with the need to ensure that public comment does not interfere with the orderly course of the board's business. All are reminded to abide by the following rules. Speakers must cease speaking immediately when their time has ended. Public comment on agenda items must relate to the subject matter of that item. General public comment is limited to subjects within the jurisdiction of the board. Public comment does not include the right to engage in a dialogue with board members or staff. Please remain respectful of the forum and refrain from uttering, writing, or displaying profane, personal, threatening, derogatory, demeaning, or other abusive statements toward the board, any member thereof, staff, or any other person. Members of the audience should be respectful of the views expressed by speakers, staff, and board members, and may not clap, cheer, whistle, or otherwise disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any person engaging in conduct that disrupts the meeting is subject to being removed from the board meeting. And finally, if you witness conduct or behavior by other members of the public that disrupts your ability to remain engaged or participate in this meeting, please notify the Sergeant at Arms or other county staff. Thank you for your cooperation.
Thank you. Today, we will go into closed session first, and when we return, we will begin with public hearing items 8 and 7, followed by the remaining public hearing items 3 and 5, then set matter 1, which will be taken up after 11 a.m., followed by item 9, and finishing with general public comment. Before we begin, Executive Officer, please read the call-in information that was also provided on the agenda and explain the speaking rules.
For members of the public wishing to participate remotely, as indicated on the agenda, please call 877-692-8955 and use participant code number 4433663. Members of the public participating remotely and in the boardroom, you will have the opportunity to address the board throughout the meeting. You will receive up to 1 minute to address the board on each of the public hearings and the held items, 1 minute to address the board on all closed session items, and 1 additional minute for general public comment. Please note, once your time has expired, we will immediately move to the next speaker. For members of the public joining us remotely, when the board moves to the item you wish to address, promptly press 1, then 0 to be entered into the speaking queue. Remember to turn down the volume on your device as soon as the moderator calls on you, or there will be an echo. You will need to press 1, then 0 for each item on which you would like to speak. To ensure we hear from both in-person and telephonic speakers, we will alternate between the 2 speaking queues. Members of the public who are in attendance, when you hear or see your name displayed on the screen, please come down to the front of the boardroom and staff will assist you. Please do not approach the podium until directed to do so.
Thank you. Members of the public and colleagues, before we go into closed session, we will take up public comment on the closed session items only. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 and then 0 to comment on these items. Executive Officer, please call those members of the public who have signed up to speak on these items.
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Melinda Kakani, Jeremy Sedano, Sierra Leone Landerson, Alejandro Martinez, Jazada Holiday, Sophia Martinez, Maya Faith, Maura Greer, Liquan Muhammad, Tadida Shakur, Ashley Edwards, Jacob Jackson, Stacy Cooks, Emily Zamora, Jeffrey Hines, Justin Marks, Z. Hemsley, George Garcia, Floyd Harge, Lena Mallet. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address closed session items, if you have not already done so, please press 1 then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first speaker, please?
Moderator? All right, why don't we go to live in audience, please? First speaker. Thank you. Who's going to speak first? Thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning. Lena Mallet with the Children's Defense Fund Layup and Reimagine LA Coalition. Community's been asked here today to recommend qualifications and candidates for the chief of the county's largest effective department, which really is nothing more than an opportunity to name the next person who will be complicit in sustaining the administration of the state's only juvenile facility operating against state law. This board and community alike have witnessed the regular turnover of probation chiefs, each one utterly incapable of righting the course of the ship, because that ship has already sunk. The department's track record has proven that there's no single person, not even a collective administration backed by $1 billion budget, that can operate and staff facilities in accordance with BSCC's minimum standards. If the department can't meet their most basic duties and obligations, like data reporting, it's ridiculous to assume that they are capable of partaking in or supporting the transformation this board has vowed to steward. We don't want a new chief. We want this board to consider something transformational, something that leads us closer to the...
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, this is Melinda Kakani with Children's Defense Fund California and a commissioner with the Probation Oversight Commission. As you all review the head of probation department, as you all review the head of the probation department today and think about the future of this department, I want to remind you of the more important issues at hand. One being that the caging of children is a failed experiment. Two being that LP was reopened on or about July 23rd of last year. In the 506 days that have passed since that date, LP has been in compliance with the most basic of minimum standards for less than 60 days. That means that you are subjecting young people to the most traumatic and harmful of environments when they are in their most vulnerable position. Finally, come December 14th, you will be allowing children to be incarcerated in an unlawfully operating facility. So the issue is not who should be the head of this department. The issue should be how do we shut it down?
Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Emily Zamora, Youth Organizer and Policy Associate with YJC and part of Harley Mitchell's district. I'm honestly really disheartened with this board, just knowing that there was even like a closed session to talk about the chief of probation. I mean, this is all information that we should all be able to know and be able to have a say in. The fact that people had to come up here to make sure that we would be able to give public comment on this is also like really devastating. Los Padrinos has been open for about, 3 years, and there's been 880 days of those 3 years that have been out of compliance. 87% of that time has been out of compliance, and our youth inside of those halls have been suffering every single one of those days. It doesn't matter what chief of probation is put in place, kept, it really doesn't matter. You guys are playing games with the lives of our youth, and that's the reality of what this is. It doesn't matter who's put in place. Get it right.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Maura Greer with Layup and Arts of Healing and Justice Network. And on behalf of Layup Board of Supervisors, you have made the naughty list. Number one, by keeping youth in an unstable facility, then blaming them for the struggle they face, while not giving them the resources to work through challenges, which is unfair. Illegally, probation is punishing youth for the conditions they inflict on them. We demand no transfers of youth from Los Padrinos to county jail. Number two, it's damaging to incarcerate youth in juvenile hall and LA County probation. Keeps Black and brown youth inside for longer than, national average. National average inside
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Z. Hemsley, and I'm a student with YJC. Today, I'm here to demand reinvesting $410 million probation's budget into youth justice. Formerly incarcerated women have higher rates of unemployment and homelessness compared to men. Also, women who can't secure housing may return to abusive partners or family situations for toxic reasons. Along with yes teams that support young people, and they'd always have somebody to support them. Youth centers like YJC that have created a safe place to get away from stuff that may be affecting us mentally or physically is also something they should consider reinvesting into the budget. Peace builders are also important for our safety instead of cops hurting us and locking us up in cages. Peace builders find better solutions to fix the situation. Lastly, youth jobs help us at home are simply just things to do to get out the house and earn money. I'm here echoing any and every young...
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, dear county. My name is Fedor Simonov. I'm a county resident, refugee and landowner. For 2 years, I lived in a few shelters, and it was a struggle for me to survive every day. By county building and safety, regional planning, and public works departments, I was prevented to use my agricultural land at the 5th district, it's Miss Margaret district, in any form, by creating me more and more bureaucratic burden and very costly permits. They told me if I will build a small farm or a cheap home for me on my land, I will get lien on my property, my land will be expropriated, and they will put me in a jail. At the same time, the shelters are excluded from building and land use regulations. I urge the county to allow to build a small home and to grant for disabled and homeless people. It will be 100 times cheaper more than keeping people at shelters. One way to secure my needs is to provide me opportunity to use the land that I own. Ms. Cole, that you compassionate. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Jazara Holiday from Youth Justice Coalition. It is damaging to incarcerate youth in juvenile halls. LA County probation keeps Black and brown youth inside longer than national average. National average is 27 days. In LA County, it is 5 months. For youth in LP compound, many of the youth are there for up to 3 years. Stay in juvenile detention center increases a young person's likelihood of a felony recidivism by 33% and misdemeanor recidivism by 11% within 1 year. 94% of youth incarcerated in Los Padrinos are Black and brown. Number 3, LADS recommends release of majority of the youth, and probation is ignoring these scores and keeping youth inside Los Padrinos regardless. January to November 2025, 98% of the girls admitted were recommended release or supervised release.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
If you don't complete your comments and you want to submit them for the record, please hand them to the people up here in the front. Raise your hand and we'll make sure they're put into the record. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Floyd with Youth Justice Coalition. Here to demand that the inmates in Los Padrinos should be shut down immediately because October 22nd, 50 of incarcerated youth from ages from 12 to 17 have been confined in facilities that are unsuitable. These faces insufficient mental health support, overcrowded, and lack of rehabilitation programs. This is unacceptable. We must prioritize care, not cages. No children should have to endure locked away in these terrible conditions and solitary from these communities. The solution is not punishment, it is care. Yet these facilities fail to continue and provide in safe environments, access to proper health care, family rehabilitation centers. These conditions is very unacceptable. These youths are dealing with long-term terms and trauma system.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Sarisha Kaur, and I'm standing before you today with the demand that echoes the voices of countless young people who have suffered in silence for far too long. I am here to demand that you disband the police and probation associations, also known as unions, that continue to stand in direct opposition to the demands for youth justice. These associations perpetuate systems of abuse, harm, and injustice in the very places meant to protect and rehabilitate our children. Let's talk about Los Padrinos, a place that received a staggering $17 million to reopen. What happened next? A repeated cycle of noncompliance, inhumane living conditions, and systematic abuse. This was not a one-time failure. This is a systematic issue, and we must ask ourselves, why do we continue to uphold these practices? By maintaining these associations, you are sending a message not only to the people of Los Angeles, but to the entire world that the city of Los Angeles
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Got it, Saida.
Instead of clapping, if you could raise your hands if you're in support, please. Thank you. Next
Speaking on agenda item CS5 as well as public comment, general public comment, can we start my time now?
This is only on closed session.
Okay, can we start my time now?
1 minute, yes. Go ahead and start 1 minute.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
As I've said before, and as other speakers have said, the abuses that probation is doling out to our young people are unacceptable. If parents inside of LA County were treating their kids this way, they would be taken from their parents. And so we're wondering why it has taken so long for you all to take these children away from probation's custody. Not only the $800,000 that you spend each year per young people to keep them incarcerated, it's also the millions and billions of dollars that you've paid out in terms of lawsuits for sexual assault and misconduct. There are alternatives, and you all have made a commitment to decarcerating the 50 or so young girls inside of lockup. Please make good on that promise. The biggest gangs in LA do not wear red or blue. They wear khaki and green. And we'd like to see you uphold your end of the bargain. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
No, go ahead. You're good.
Hello, my name is Stacy Cook. I am a counselor at Youth Justice Coalition Fairleigh High School. And it seems to me that we have a double standard here where lockup can do what they want with young people, but families and parents and even schools cannot. If we're going to protect our children, then we need to collectively protect our children. Any kind of harm or abuse should be outlawed immediately, just as it is in someone's home or someone's educational practice. In our location, we have at-risk youth, and we use transformative justice to help our young people resolve problems, heal, and transform their lives. If you don't know what to do with them, send them to us. We know what to do with children who are hurt, harmed, or need help and support. Talking, healing, therapy, counseling. They don't need to be hurt and harmed to continue to behave the way they're already behaving. If you continue to hurt them, they're going to continue to hurt other people. Let our children go, bring them home, and let our families heal them, because y'all are screwing them up more than they're already screwed up.
That's right. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Ashley Edwards. Board of Supervisors, on behalf of Students Deserve, you are found guilty of failing Black girls and Black women. Black girls make up only 7% of LA County, but represent 43% of incarcerated youth in 2023. This is unacceptable. Board of Supervisors, you are all guilty of negligence. It is negligent when you invest billions of dollars towards probation, incarceration, and covering sexual abuse settlements, but not nearly enough in community schools, housing, and youth development. Which future do you want to see? A future where girls and gender-expansive youth are even more neglected and abused than they already are? Or a future where they are cared for, loved, because you invested in their future? Do more.
Again, please, if you support, raise your hands in the air, please. Thank you. Next speaker, and then after you, we're going to go to the phone. It's your turn.
Hello, my name is Jeffrey Hines. I am the Youth Development Coordinator at Youth Justice Coalition. I have been in the field of youth development for over 8 years. I am an expert on youth development. I work with the kids that y'all would call at-risk youth. I've gotten kids off of probation. I have gotten kids to graduate high school when nobody else would believe that they would graduate high school. I could believe that am more than capable of telling you that you're not doing what you're supposed to do with these youth. You are making them into more, feeling like they are criminals and not human beings. You need to invest in their futures. Where are their jobs? You all had jobs when y'all were growing up as teens, didn't you? They don't. They don't have any of the necessary resources for them to be full human beings. And all that you do is keep investing in ways to criminalize them. Free the 50 girls and invest in YJR. Thank you.
Thank you. We will
Again,
now
please,
return to
I
remote
see you all
callers.
clapping and I appreciate your support, but please, that's it. Thank you. We're gonna go to the phone now, and that's gonna be my last warning, please. We'll go to the phones.
Moderator, may we please have the next speaker?
Go ahead, Mr. Previn. Moderator? All right, can we verify whether or not Mr. Previn is on the line, please? Do we have any more in-person speakers?
There are no other in-person speakers in the boardroom.
Okay, we're going to move forward then. There is no one else has signed up.
I'm in queue.
Oh, here you go. Mr. Previn, go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hello? Okay, fine. You can hear me?
Yes, Mr. Previn, go.
Have a great day. Okay, it's not going great with AT&T, for the record, but with the probation department, it's also not going great. I think we're going to have to close Padrinos. Putting people in for 3 weeks, you know, and then turning them around is not necessarily making them better and safer. And the public, you know, might be afraid of some of these characters, but we may have a better solution, and we need to find it quickly. But this is very confusing, the way the meeting's structured, Supervisor Barger. Hopefully now that Horvath is got her vest on and out in Malibu fighting the fire, we can recalibrate the meetings to favor the public's participation as opposed to the various agendas. But thank you to our first responders and for the closed session county council who every single day go in there and do it behind closed doors. We really appreciate that in a way that infuriates us. But,
thank you, Mr.
But nonetheless, we know that you know.
Thank you. All right, we have another in-person speaker. Would you please call that individual up? Or individuals, please? And your name?
Natalie Segura. Hello, morning. My name is Natalie Segura. I'm a youth fellow at Youth Justice Coalition. I'm here today to demand action for our youth and to address the needs that are not being prioritized despite commitments. In November 2021, the Board of Supervisors passed a motion to decarcerate gender-expensive youth. Yet, here we are years later and no meaningful progress has been made. Back in 2021, over 1,400 girls and gender-expensive youth were detained in California, most of them held in correctional facilities. These facilities failed to provide long-term solutions to the challenges these young individuals face. Our youth deserve care and not cages. The system has been deep opening their struggles. Youth are suffering, deepening their struggles. Youth are suffering in silence, subjected to harsh treatment that worsens their vulnerabilities rather than addressing their needs. As a society, we must move away from the harmful cycle.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is George Garcia. I'm a part of YJC, and today I want to talk about the plan of Los Padrinos and it being out of compliance. This plan breaks the promise made in 2021 to decarcerate girls and gender-expensive youth, and no meaningful progress has been made since. From January to November of 2023, data reveals a stark reality about treatment of youth in our juvenile system. Only 11% admitted to juvenile hall received LAD scores recommending detention, and overwhelming of 98% of girls were released for supervisors released. In fact, just 5 girls were given a score of recommended detention. Meanwhile, 87% of boys detained also receiving a LAD score, suggesting release if the majority of youth, especially girls, are being recommended for release. Why are they still being incarcerated? And instead of you guys showing the data, from 2023 to 98% of girls, 87% of boys were detained and recommended for release of
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Lindsay Eichenberger. I'm with the Arts for Healing and Justice Network in Layup. I'm here to demand that you make good on the promise that you made to decarcerate girls, gender expansive, and trans youth in LA County. Every day that that promise is not fulfilled is another day that abuse is enabled, that trauma is compounded, and that suffering is prolonged, and that trust in you is eroded. Justice for these youth is extremely delayed and certainly denied. Many of us often say we can't tear the building down with our young people inside, but this building is on fire. Probation has been given millions of dollars worth of extinguishers, and yet they can't seem to put out the fire that they set, and it doesn't have to be this way. The BSCC has found LP unsuitable, in other words, not a place children should be. Probation's own tools overwhelmingly support release for the majority of young people, in other words, children shouldn't be there. The message isn't just coming from us in this room, it's coming from the county and the state, it's coming from you, yet so many young people are left to languish in these abusive institutions. Free the 50.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. Dear Board of Supervisors, on this holiday season, we, the Youth Justice Coalition, urge you to take bold action and shut down Los Padrinos Juvenile Hall. We demand the reinvestment of $410 million from probation budget into Youth Justice Reimagined Initiative, including housing, yes teams, youth centers, peace builder, credible messengers, and youth job. Earlier this year, Los Padrinos Juvenile Hall was found unfit to hold youth, exposing a deeply flawed system that fails to protect and support young people in its care. Shockingly, on September 12th, it was deemed unsuitable once again. These repeated failures make it clear that attempts at improvement have fallen short and the well-being of our youth remain at risk. It is time to recognize that these facilities are inhumane and inadequate. Youth deserve spaces that prioritize healing, safety, growth, not environments where safety and dignity are afterthought. The message is clear. Our youth deserve better. Many young people who have been pushed out of schools are battling court cases and are returning home from incarceration or finding hope and opportunity through community-based.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Jonathan Love Curtis. I grew up in South Central Los Angeles. I was blessed and fortunate to grow up in what is now the oldest Black-owned bookstore in Los Angeles, Word of Life bookstore. And I'm a filmmaker. I went to USC Film School, and one thing that I hold dear from my childhood is believing that anything is possible. Lately, I've been subbing in South LA to give back, and I'm realizing that the children do not feel like I felt, which was anything is possible. I'm learning that we're spending $800,000 a year per youth to incarcerate folks. Let's take some of that money, let's divest it and invest it in youth, in mental health, and in art programs. Kids need to feel like kids need to feel like anything is possible, and kids need to feel like they're cared about. That's what I'm here to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Kaylee Matthews, and I'm a fellow with the Young Women Freedom Center. It's sad and it's unfortunate to be back up here again, but I just wanted to let you know that I won't stop until these girls are free. As a formerly incarcerated youth, I am here today to demand the freedom of the girls locked up inside. Christmas time is here, and everyone deserves to be within their family and friends. I demand that you, LA County Supervisors, fulfill these promises to the youth inside and use that $410 million to Youth Reimagining and not probation officers. Disband police and probation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Eliana Peña, and I'm a constituent of District 4. I'm here with California Youth Connection and Youth Justice Coalition. I demand that you free the 50 girls and gender-expansive youth. I'm tired of hearing that we're investing millions and billions into a system that is constantly hurting our community. It costs $1 million to incarcerate a youth. Can you imagine what $1 million would do for a youth if you reinvested that into their education, their enrichment activities, their families, and neighborhoods? We need to stop prioritizing punishment and start prioritizing our people. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Kate Teague. I'm with California Youth Connection and the Layup Coalition.
It's time to follow through on the commitments made by this board. We need investment in peace builders, yes teams, positive youth development networks, diversion programs, housing, and other programs that promote care, not cages. It's a shame that the county is planning to continue operations at Los Padrinos despite it being found not suitable again and again. It's time to decarcerate the girls and gender expansive youth and all youth in LA County. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Alita Ledesma. I'm the Executive Director of the Arts for Healing and Justice Network. It is incredibly disappointing that we find ourselves here again, repeating the same things over and over again. In 2021, you made a promise to our young people to end the incarceration of girls and gender expansive youth. We're just asking you to keep your promise. Over and over again, evidence shows that LP is not suitable to house young people, and yet there they are. What is it gonna take? We lost a young person there, and that wasn't enough. What is gonna be enough for you to take action and actually follow through with your words? One of my colleagues said we're losing trust. I think trust is already lost. Those young people need to be home. LP is not suitable. Please take action. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, there is no in-person or remote speakers to address the board.
Thank you, and thank you to everyone who came and testified. That will conclude our public comment on the closed session items. Executive Officer, please read us into closed session.
In accordance with Brown Act requirements, notice is hereby given that the Board of Supervisors will convene in closed session to discuss item number CS1, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation. Item number CS2, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation. Item number CS3, conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation. And item number CS4, public employee performance evaluation as indicated on the posted and supplemental agendas.
We will wait for a quorum. Okay. Thank you. We are now back in open session. Executive Officer, please read the report of action.
The following is a report of action taken in closed session on December 10, 2024. Item number CS1, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation. No reportable action was taken. Item number CS2, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation. No reportable action was taken. Item number CS3, conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation. No reportable action was taken. Item number CS4, public employee performance evaluation. No reportable action was taken. Thank you.
And please note that set matter 1 will be continued 1 week to December 17th, 2024. If there are no objections, that will be the order. All right. Executive Officer, please swear in members of the public who are requesting to address the board on the public hearing items.
Members of the public, including in-person and remote speakers who are requesting to address the board on the public hearing items, please stand and raise your right hand to be sworn in. Please note that in the testimony you give before this board, you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you. We are now going to begin with item 8. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0 to comment on this item. And Executive Officer, would you please read in the short title?
Item 8 is a hearing on project number PRJ 2022-002-656 to adopt a resolution to designate the Owen Brown gravesite located at the northern terminus of El Prieto Road in the unincorporated community of Altadena as a Los Angeles County landmark. No departmental statement was submitted and correspondence was received.
Thank you. I'm just going to take a moment. I want to recognize and celebrate the bottom-up approach that was driven through the community that brought forth the action before us today. Today's action stands as a shining example of how grassroots efforts supported by this board and our county can create meaningful and lasting impact. Organizations like Acona and Altadena Heritage, led by Altadena residents and dedicated volunteers such as Michelle Zach, exemplify a deep understanding and appreciation for the history of our community. Their efforts go beyond preserving a part of Altadena's story. They are safeguarding a unique piece of American history. The tireless work of the grassroots and community organizations cannot be overstated. Their ability to chronicle, capture, and preserve the community's history provides a vital source of knowledge, ensuring future generations can continue this legacy. I was proud to have the County Board of Supervisors officially nominate the Owen Brown gravesite as a county historic landmark in February of this year. However, this recognition is a culmination of efforts that began over a decade ago. During that time, these organizations not only fought to preserve the gravesite, but also worked tirelessly to ensure its legacy would be honored. Working collaboratively with the 5th District and with Mr. Tim Cantwell, the developer of Lavinia Project, the community successfully secured the Owen Brown gravesite and formed a dedicated committee to honor his legacy. I want to express my gratitude to Mr. Cantwell, not only for his role in securing the property, but also for funding the committee's work. This committee, led by Michelle Zach, Diane Markinson, John Burton, and Murietta Cruelis, partnered closely with my office to ensure the landmark received the recognition that it deserved. Their dedication and collaborative spirit have been instrumental in this achievement. As noted in February, Owen Brown's early life and work in the abolition movement was profoundly impactful during some of our nation's darkest times. His participation in the raid on Harper's Ferry marked a pivotal moment in the lead up to the Civil War. Beyond that, Owen Brown's life and legacy extended into his later years, culminating in his homestead in Altadena and his eventual burial at this historic site. Today, we recognize the Owen Brown gravesite as a county historic landmark. We honor not only his life and his contributions, but also the unwavering efforts of the community members and organizations who fought to preserve his legacy. Together, they have ensured that this important piece of history will continue to inspire generations to come. So with that, I would ask for your aye vote. Do we have any speakers on this item?
Will the following individuals please come forward? Dr. Critical Truth Bay and Mary Fruta Taylor, please come forward and staff will assist you. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 8, if you have not already done so, please press 1 and 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Michelle Zach, your line is open. You may begin.
Oh, hello, and I'm very happy to be here today, and I hope that everyone on the board will vote yes to approve Owen Brown's gravesite as an LA landmark. We've been working on this, as the supervisor noted, more than 10 years, actually 35 years. We first tried to get historic designation in 1989. So today marks a great day, and I really appreciate the support of the 5th District and Susan Niemer and the supervisor for nominating our site. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead,
there
moderator.
are no other remote speakers in the queue.
Thank you. We will now go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Good afternoon. I am Mary Fruta Trailer. I live at 4549 El Prieto Road, Altadena. I am here to object to the taking of my driveway to service project number PRJ 2022-002656, as I am here to oppose the project itself. Track number 2166, recorded in November 9th, 1955, met all requirements of the State of California Subdivision Map Act. And the Board of Supervisors in 1955 accepted and approved of it on motion. Lot 10 carries the site address 4549, and Lot 11 is the other part of the driveway. The driveway carries an easement of ingress and egress only to to Lincoln Avenue Water Company and Public Utility. It is not dedicated to the public.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Madam Chair, there are no more in-person speakers to address this item.
Thank you. With that, this item is before us. I will move it, seconded by Supervisor Mitchell. Please take roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis? Aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell? Aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath? Aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger? Aye. Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. We will now move on to item number 7, hearing on project number 2023-003982. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 and 0 now to comment on this item, the West San Gabriel Valley Area Plan Project. Executive Officer, please read the short title.
Item 7 is a hearing on project number 2023-003982 to approve the West San Gabriel Valley Area Plan and the associated amendments to the general plan. No departmental statement was submitted and correspondence was received.
I'm going to ask that we go to, Amy, go ahead and give a report, go ahead and give a report.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. I do have a PowerPoint, so if we could just go to the next slide. Some of what I'm going to say is for the purposes of the administrative record, so I'll be fairly brief, but I'd still like to get this into the record. This is the West San Gabriel Valley Area Plan. It is a part of our general plan, and I'm not going to read the slides above us, but that is the purpose of the plan. So if we could go to the second slide, please. There are 9 communities involved in the unincorporated Los Angeles County West San Gabriel Valley area. 3 of those communities are in District 1, and the remainder 6 are in District 5. Those communities are listed above, and on the map, you can see those communities in the various shades of yellow above. Next slide, please. The purpose of this project is to actually update the general plan. The area plan is actually a part of our general plan. The most important part of it is we're doing a general plan amendment that will rescind the Altadena Community Plan and update and incorporate it through the West San Gabriel Valley Area Plan. The Altadena Community Plan was adopted in 1986. The general plan, which was adopted and amended by this board in 2015, actually made the Altadena Community Plan obsolete. Under state law, the community plan is required to be consistent with the general plan, and so a part of this effort is to rescind the Altadena Community Plan, incorporate it and most of its standards into the West San Gabriel Area Plan, and update it to be consistent with the general plan. We're also making major changes to the maps and updating those map policies and zoning, and then we are implementing standards to allow us to regulate development in a manner that is consistent with some of the community desires of those 9 communities. Please, next slide. So there's 2 things that we're going to be talking about today. One is the general plan, and then the second thing is the zoning, which is Title 22. The zoning and the general plan must be consistent. Our zoning has 3 purposes. One is to accommodate growth, which is required under our housing element and our RENA. The second one is to do preservation of hazardous areas, as well as preservation goals in the Altadena Community Plan. And then the third purpose is those administrative changes to actually make the zoning and the general plan consistent. Next slide. We also have something called Planning Area Standards Districts. These are your development standards. These are where we provide community-specific development standards for the individual communities. So while we have baseline standards that apply to all 9 communities, through these standards districts, we also have standards unique to each of those 9 communities. Next slide. A large part of this process that has been ongoing for the last couple of years has been our community engagement. I'm not going to read through these slides, but this gives you an idea of the community engagement that we had throughout all 9 communities. We had community-specific meetings, and then we had area-wide specific meetings in all shapes, forms, in-person, virtual, office hours, postcarding, websites, etc. So that's going to conclude my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions, but I do want to just remind you that the most important part of this is that this is part of implementation of our housing element and compliance with our RENA numbers, and happy to get into questions as needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Solis, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for recognizing me. Thank you, Amy, to you and your staff. I'm happy to report that the meeting that you held in our area in the 1st District was just held not too long ago. And I know that there's been a lot of outreach that you've already talked about that's displayed on your handouts. But I was really impressed with the number of people that actually came and the different languages that were made available. So the interpretation was very important because it's a mix of Spanish and then Chinese, AAPI. I thought that was really good. I was very happy that there were many folks that came that wanted to learn about what the impact of this plan would be on diversity, commercial use mix options, promoting active transportation to create safe and walkable communities, and also focusing on the growth areas for existing infrastructure and reduces land use intensities in areas such as hazards, scenic and biological resources, of which we have many in these communities that I represent. So I really wanted to say thank you. It was informative because we were helping also, I believe, to celebrate the unique characteristics of the West San Gabriel Valley communities, Whittier Narrows, for example, South El Monte, and South San Gabriel, and even East San Gabriel. Many times these communities, because they're in certain unincorporated pockets, are not always, how could I say, showcased in this manner. And it was very helpful for them to be recognized. And that's the kind of feedback that we got. And I think that that's what all of our departments should be doing to help provide that kind of access and direct information to the residents that we represent. So I didn't see any opposition against this item from any of my constituents and my staff that were there. And I also, in particular, want to thank some of the stakeholders, including the environmental groups like Arroyos and Foothills Conservancy and the Endangered Habitat League that also attended. So I am strongly in support of this item and want to thank you and your staff and all those that helped to participate that day. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Mitchell? Thank you very much. Just a couple of quick questions for Ms. Bodek, if I may. The county's area plans are part of how the county complies with the state's housing element. And we know about the February 2025 deadline for all jurisdictions to update their land use and zoning codes to be in compliance with the state law. I'm asking this question because it's one that I get a lot from constituents in my district, and I know you probably get this question as well. And it's, can you explain to us the regional housing needs allocation for the county and what portion of this is included in this plan? How is the overall county allocation then broken down into each unincorporated area?
Certainly. I am happy to explain that. As you all know, and I know some of you sit on the SCAG board, we are assigned a number through SCAG, and the number that we are assigned represents the number of housing units that we as an unincorporated jurisdiction are required to accommodate. And to accommodate that, we need to have appropriate land use and zoning to accommodate those housing units. We were given a RHNA allocation, which stands for Regional Housing Needs Assessment, allocation of 90,052 units. That doesn't mean that we have to be responsible for constructing the units, but we must remove regulatory barriers so that 90,052 units could conceivably be developed without land use barriers within our unincorporated communities. Then we are required by housing law to consolidate those housing units in areas that do not have extreme hazards and that have high resources. And so those high resources include transportation, but it also includes things like access to open space parks, schools, educational facilities, and most importantly, jobs. So we are not allowed to put our units in areas that are remote or have seismic hazards or significant ecological areas or very high fire hazard severity zones in particular. So there were certain areas of the county that were excluded from having to participate in these RHNA allocations. We already had room for about 33,000 units. And so we are doing rezoning to accommodate the remaining 56,000 units so that we have a couple of spare units here and there. So we have also a number of area plans that have already been adopted by the board and some that are coming. And I can tell you that this area is going to be rezoned amongst those 11 communities to accommodate 6,168 units. We have already adopted the Florence Firestone TOD specific plan, and that accommodated 8,172 units. That's a very high resource area because it has a lot of transportation options. It has a lot of jobs as well. The Gateway planning area that included District 1 and District 2 and a little bit of District 4 was accommodating 5,747 units, so 5747 units. The Metro Area Plan, which the board adopted in May, accommodated 17,755 units. Again, high resource area, lots of transportation options, very close access to jobs. The East San Gabriel Valley Area Plan, which was just adopted in May, that covered District 1 and some of District 5 and a sliver of District 4, accommodated 7,438 units. We have 2 more area plans after this, which will accommodate approximately 11,000 additional units as well. So we have been very careful to be guided by the housing element, which you adopted, to make sure that those units are spread out within the areas that we are allowed to plan for them, and try not to burden any individual community exclusively to the exclusion of any other communities. Hopefully that answers your question.
It does, and I appreciate you walking through the factors that you take into consideration, because what we hear a lot about from constituents is, you know, what about existing traffic? And just to be clear, managing existing traffic patterns is not a part of what's factored in. It's access to jobs, all the things you said, and access to public transportation. Those are the criteria.
Those are really the criteria. Interestingly, we did get a grant from HUD that we believe is secure, that will actually help us plan and do capital improvement projects in some of these same areas. But it is true that we have heard consistently that, one, we are focusing exclusively on certain communities, which we're not. 2, that we are going to overburden the transportation system. But when we hear that, the overburdening is roads and not public transit. And 3, we are going to be responding with capital improvement plans in a lot of these same areas.
Appreciate that. Last question, Madam Chair, if I may. The plan before us has preservation areas inclusive of hillside management. And what considerations are given for development on hillsides, and how does this apply to other unincorporated areas that aren't within forests but have hillsides?
We actually do have, we rely on data that we receive from our Los Angeles Regional Imagery Acquisition Consortium. And we have mapped hillside management areas, and there are actually hillside management areas in all 5 districts. And so in the 4th district, for example, Palos Verdes is a hillside management, and we do have a small pockets. In your district, it would be the Inglewood Oil Fields and Kenny Hahn Park. Those are hillside management areas. In the 2nd district, we have the Puente Hills as well. And 3rd district, obviously Santa Monica Mountains. 5th district, we have the foothills. So we actually have those hillside management areas in all 5 districts of the unincorporated communities. And we do have a hillside management ordinance that really directs development away from the steepest slopes towards the flattest areas and in an area that's going to impact those slopes the least. And so those are already on the books, and that really does control existing development to a very large extent.
Thank you for those answers, and thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, and actually you asked some of my questions, but just to follow up on the issue as it relates to the foothills. We're hearing from several property owners up on the foothills of Altadena who say they're being downzoned without notice or without justification. You and I met with them last week to better understand their issues, and based on what I heard, I think there is a misunderstanding on the part about what is and is not generally developable. because there's an impression that we are in fact taking away their ability to develop. And I'd like for you to speak to the land use restrictions in these areas and how the Altadena Community Plan viewed density in these areas.
Certainly. If I may go to 2 slides forward to a land use constraints map for North Altadena. Thank you for this question, and I know some of the folks that we met with are in the audience or either virtual, and we went back and did a deeper dive yet again to assure ourselves that our assumptions were defensible. And the most important thing is this list of land use constraints in North Altadena. We look at these land use constraints everywhere, but these are the ones that are existing in North Altadena. And so I'm just going to show you graphically what those look like. Next slide, please. This is a topographic constraints map showing slopes, and this has an accuracy of about 20-foot intervals within the National Forest and about 5-foot intervals in areas that are not within the National Forest. We are actually in the process of getting updated data that's going to have 2-foot intervals in the next few weeks. We have perused that data, and that data is consistent with what we have. So this shows brown is bad. I'll say it that way. Brown is bad. Brown is pretty much 50% slope or more. And when I say a 50% slope, that means that it's approximately a 26-degree angle. So if you know a 45-degree angle, we all know what a 90-degree angle is, 45-degree angle, 26% angle. So think of it that way. If you were to build a subdivision on a 26-degree angle, that would be an extensive amount of grading, landslides, seismic activity in certain areas, et cetera. But importantly, a number of these properties are also in the National Forest, and I'm going to have you go to the next slide, which shows they've got National Forest, and we also have the significant ecological areas, and we also have the San Gabriel National Monument. So similar constraints as we have in Santa Monica.
That's without the approval today. That's already
That's already existing. These are existing conditions. Right. Next slide. Very high fire hazard severity zones, and you can see some very light pink squiggles. Those squiggles are actually mapped seismic landslide zones. So although there are no faults that are in this area, there are some close by. There are no direct faults running through this mapped area right now. There are landslide zones which could lead to liquefaction, and if you were to build there, you would need to do additional recompaction and geotechnical analyses to see if you can develop there. Next slide. This is what it looks like when you put all those layers together. So development is not just looking at the general plan and the zoning, but it's actually layering each individual constraint on top of the other to determine your actual development potential. The general plan gives you a range of densities. That is the starting point. The zoning code sets your number of dwelling units, which is probably going to be less than your general plan. Can never be more. On top of that, you then layer some of these hazards and these constraints to understand your actual development potential, which is significantly different than what your original starting point can be. We looked at the Altadena Community Plan that was in place since 1986, and for the most part, we are consistent with the Altadena Community Plan. We did make changes where it appears as if we have downzoned, but in reality, it is reflecting what we believe is the true development potential of those parcels. I will also point out that in the East San Gabriel Valley, we did downzone hillside areas in the East San Gabriel Valley as well, and we're being consistent with the general plan in doing so.
just to follow up on that, so the original Altadena Community Plan had very similar density ratios, which was 1 dwelling per 20 acres. So the density is in line with the original plan, correct?
It is. The Altadena Community Plan also made assumptions, and it's in the plan, about what the overall density would or could be in this whole area of about 400 acres. And they actually suggested in the Altadena Plan 20 unit max for all of this area in the Altadena Plan on one of the tables. So we looked at that, and then we looked at individual parcels. We looked at the zoning of those individual parcels under the Altadena Community Plan. We looked at it then and compared it to our existing general plan and found the most like for like category that we could include in then general plan so that they would be consistent.
Okay, and then, I've heard concerns about the top-down approach this has been labeled as, and I think Supervisor Solis laid it out, especially in her part of the district where the community meetings were held. I know there were community meetings held throughout. But there is a little sliver of truth on the top-down, and that's from the state.
I absolutely agree.
So why don't you explain, from the standpoint of the top, what they've already pretty much outlined what we have to do, correct?
I've said this publicly at community meetings, and I've said this at the Planning Commission, and I will say it to the board. There is absolute truth that there is a lack of local control, and you are experiencing that when you hear from your constituents. We were required by the state to zone for 90,000 units. They tripled our obligation. There is a lawsuit that is still ongoing against the state about whether those allocations were correct, but regardless, we were directed to do it. The penalty of us not having a housing element that's consistent is called builder's remedy, and you all have cities in your jurisdictions that have experienced builder's remedy. And we do not want that in the unincorporated communities, and you have made that very clear that you want to retain standing with the state. But in addition to the housing element, you all have experienced a very top-down approach on SB 9 subdivision splits, ADUs, which are beneficial in certain instances, but not in every instance. And we have very little control over the development, siting, and production of accessory dwelling units. We used to be able to prohibit them in very high fire hazard severity zones, and we got slapped on the wrist by the state and had to change our ordinance, and we now can and have to allow ADUs in very high fire hazard severity zones. So there is absolute truth that there is a theme of top-down here. But you have directed us to be very engaged in the community, and you have granted us access to those communities. You have worked with us on community meetings, and so we have gone out there and have been yelled at and heckled and pushed and called bad names because we are the messengers, and we are doing the job that must be done to keep the county in good standing.
Thank you. I have no more questions. Seeing none from my colleagues, I'd like to hear from the public at this point. Thank you very much. And thank you, Supervisor Solis.
Will the following individuals please come forward? Michael Biquet, Victoria Knapp, Alan Sorthian, Chris Rumbelotis, Cindy Nucio, Desiree Rabivo, Dr. Critical Truthbay, Elaine Brown, Kevin Singleton, Kristen Ochoa, Leslie Lowe's, and Michael Holland. Please come forward and staff will assist you. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item number 7, if you have not already done so, please press 1 then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, we have the first remote speaker, please.
Our first participant is Amy Lifford. If you are on mute, please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Hello, this is Amy Lyford. I'm a 25-year resident of Altadena at the interface of the high fire severity zone, and I am very much in support of the Board of Supervisors approving the West San Gabriel Valley Plan. I believe this will protect our significant ecological resources, but also reduce the impact of development on the landscape, but also save us from the potential for increased hazards from fire. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Tim Martinez, you may begin.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. This is Tim Martinez, Land Manager and Community Liaison with the Arroyos and Foothills Conservancy. I'm calling because AFC strongly supports the West San Gabriel Valley Area Plan, and we're keenly interested in its approval. As a regional land conservancy, we're focused on preserving natural habitat in the San Gabriel and Crescenta Valleys, and we were involved in shaping the conservation and open space element of the plan. This plan provides a critical framework to address the urgent challenges of our time: species extinction, habitat loss, climate change, and increased wildfire risk. We're proud to have contributed to a plan that prioritizes wildlife and habitat protection, open space preservation, and the enhancement of our region's native habitat. We urge the board to please approve the plan and continue to prioritize environmental sustainability and the community well-being in future planning decisions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Joseph DeMassa, your line is open. You may begin.
Good morning. My name is Joseph DeMassa, and I'm speaking up on behalf of my family in regards to our property, APN 562011001. For us, the property is more than just land. It's 50-plus acres where we imagine building homes for our children, grandchildren, and possibly even future generations. The downzoning of our property from 52 homes to just 2 is just a number, isn't just a number. It destroys the dreams we built for our family's future. We note that all that was mentioned about severity and fire danger is only affects the downzoning of our property. There are homes that are built within that same area that was laid out in pink. None of those people are being downzoned the way we are. Why can't they be downzoned and leave us alone? We've invested almost 50 years of hard work and financial resources of this land, only to be told that we will lose nearly everything. How is that fair? The way the plan changes the land use in our area makes it virtually impossible for us to continue to develop or even maintain the property in the way we envision it.
Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Angela Morca, your line is open. You may begin.
Oh, hello. Yes, my name is Angela Mayorga, and I'm here with an in favor vote for the West San Gabriel Valley Area Plan for wise and healthy planning for the future. And thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Eric Previn, your line is open. You may begin.
Next speaker, please.
Eric Previn, your line is open. You may begin.
We'll go on to the next speaker, please.
Dan Silver, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. Dan Silver, Endangered Habitats League, in support of this area plan. There is appropriate down planning in areas of ecological integrity and fire hazard, which reflect the existing constraints. There is also up planning, increased density, where there's infrastructure and services, and we equally support that. This is a smart growth area plan update, and we urge its adoption. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Terry Hare, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Terry Hare, and I'm part of the Cheney Corridor Cooperative, and we've been doing a biological survey of the Cheney Cheney Trail for the last couple of months. I'm here to speak strongly in favor of passing the West San Gabriel Valley Area Plan, which will help preserve and protect this vital habitat full of native plants and wildlife that we all love. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Julie Gigante, your line is open. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Julie Gigante. I live in Altadena. I would like to thank the board for hearing these arguments, and I would also like to strongly urge you to vote in support of the West San Gabriel Valley Plan. I believe it's a smart plan and a fair plan to Altadena, and I think it's desperately needed, and I hope it passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Casey Young, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Casey Young, and I'm calling to urge the board to please vote in favor for the West San Gabriel Valley Area Plan. I've lived in Altadena for 20 plus years, and my father has been here for 70 years. We are proud of Altadena and the historical and environmental legacy this community has in LA County. Development is inevitable, but it cannot happen in open spaces. Red flag days are a serious threat not only to my family, but others around the bordering wildlands. We have hundreds of years of old growth and an endemic species here. It should be protected. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
There are no other there are no other speakers.
Thank you. We will now go to in-person speakers.
My name is Alan Zortian. Ms. Bodek, about 10 years ago, I did a study just to see how many, with qualified professionals, just to see how many units I could do. I could do 32 based on the Altadena community standards. I'm not saying I would necessarily do that, but I just wanted to see what I could do. So you're way off on what you said. Regional planning has covertly worked for at least 10 years with local conservancy groups to radically devalue the private property of large legacy landowners in the foothills. We have been inaccurately depicted and vilified as somehow undeserving of our own land. In looking at what was being done to myself, my family, our legacy, I noticed that radical density is being also covertly added to the rest of Altadena. I did my best to inform other residents in Altadena and was shocked, as were they, at what was being done to their community. Most of them had no idea. Under common law, codes and statutes and legislated law require consent in order to become law. I do not consent, and I object. I question your jurisdiction to do it.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
And Mr. Dorothy, and if you've got comments that you want to submit for the record, let us know. Thank you, Victoria.
Good afternoon. My name is Victoria Knapp. I'm the chair of the Altadena Town Council. We submitted a position statement to the supervisor, Supervisor Barger, and I was going to read in part from there. The council has heard from both supporters and opponents of the plan. The prevailing sentiment in Altadena is one of endorsement. Proponents believe the plan was thoughtfully developed by the Department of Regional Planning in consultation with Altadena residents and other affected unincorporated communities. The plan, along with its proposed zoning and land use changes, will direct development away from the Altadena foothills and other high fire zones while protecting natural resources, preventing habitat fragmentation, and preserving wildlife corridors. The plan acknowledges environmental and societal changes in recent decades and offers a forward-thinking vision for the future. We also acknowledge that there has been a small but vocal opposition to the plan. The West San Gabriel Valley Area Plan team addressed these concerns by releasing a dedicated fact sheet which was circulated in mid-October. We thank you for your consideration of our support of this plan.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Supervisors. I'm Michael Becay, an Altadena resident, and I endorse the area plan. It is a comprehensive and forward-looking plan that balances the risks and rewards of continued expansion into hazard areas. It was developed with substantial input from those Altadena residents who chose to participate in the process. This area plan is the very definition of common sense. The area plan provides a foundation for future implementation details that recognize the risks of increasing the density of people or intensity of activity in very high fire zones. The area plan is a welcome addition to a policy toolbox that includes the 2007 state mapping of very high fire zones, LA County's revised 2015 general plan, and the CWPO endorsed by RPC in 2023. discouraging new developments in hazard zones while allowing but not mandating future growth in pockets of urbanized areas served by mass transit is simply irrational.
Next speaker, please.
Chris Roumeliotis. The lessons learned from East San Gabriel Valley Area Plan are indeed valid. Intentionally neglecting community engagement with those who are negatively impacted results in inequitable plans. While some may value conservation at the expense of other private property owners and directing growth to areas that will not directly affect themselves, the plan blatantly discriminates against everyone else's rights. This includes upzoning and its ill effects, downzoning, rezoning private property, displacing low-income communities of color, encroaching on Latino, equestrian, and urban homesteading communities. The list goes on. While this plan may sound good in theory, this plan is affecting a majority of us negatively, and it is the epitome of targeted discrimination. For example, displacement pressure for low-income and colored communities will be a reality with this plan, and is not being addressed at all. As of 11 a.m. today, there are 185 in favor and 196 in opposition of this plan.
Next speaker, please.
My grandfather opened Nuccio's nursery in Altadena nearly 80 years ago, selling and cultivating camellias and azaleas, and our family has been on that land for years. We were told about a few years ago, there was someone submitted a plan to see if they could build homes on the property. 18 homes are allowed. With this new plan, we would be downzoned to 3 homes on 78 acres. We have 12 acres of flat land on the southern portion of the property, so we are being downzoned. But also, the county has said that they are interested in acquiring large areas of privately owned wildlife habitat, but by putting this plan first, you're devaluing those lands. By rendering them undesirable to nearly any buyer, current landowners would have nowhere else to turn to sell their properties but to the county. The Fifth Amendment states, nor shall private property be taken for public use without just compensation. But by first devaluing these properties, the county would set the valuation at a greatly reduced rate. This action would...
Next speaker, please.
Again, if you would, Cindy, if you want to submit your comments for the record, if they're in writing, that would be great. Because I know you can get to finish. Thank you.
I'm Leslie Lowe's. I live in Altadena. It's a pleasure to be with you today and to meet this powerful group of ladies. Thank you so much for the opportunity to comment. And I'm going to go off script because this fire that happened in Malibu today is a perfect example of what horrifies me. I live a quarter mile from the, where the, not bridge, the station fire in 2009 came by our house. It was horrifying. I had a 7-year-old daughter at the time, and to me, it makes absolutely no sense to allow more density, more heavily usage in areas that are already designated by the state as extremely hazardous fire zones. So therefore, I'm extremely in support of the West San Gabriel Valley Area Plan because it directs development away from those areas. So I urge you to vote yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Elaine Brown, and I'm thankful for the opportunity to speak today. I am in support of this West San Gabriel Valley Area Plan. I think it's a thoughtful plan, and that it's essential that we do not encroach on more essential wild areas. If we're going to develop, it needs to be in more fire-safe areas, and we need to keep our foothills wild for the long-term safety and health of both our lands and our people. By reducing the impact on these natural areas, we can also preserve the unique benefit that our foothill communities are afforded by being probably the most openly coexistent areas between people and nature. This is a privilege that is not existent in most of LA County, so I feel it's essential that at least these portions need to be preserved. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Kevin Singleton. Our family's been in Altadena since 1955, and even though I'm not directly impacted by this, I do not wish to see more people rat-packed into Altadena. I believe that the blame should go to the governor and the people up in Sacramento, and they should not dictate what everybody is saying here, that we need more housing. We do not need more housing, we need less people. Having more housing introduces a multitude of problems, from not having enough electricity, not having enough water, not the impact on the sewers, the impact on the trash, and traffic. You can build houses without a sufficient off-street parking is beyond stupid. And that is going to heavily impact the number of people that are parked on the street. It's going to be dog eat dog. Thank you very much.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Kristen Ochoa. Today, I ask you to vote on the side of nature and approve the West San Gabriel Valley Area Plan. The Planning Department has worked very hard on this thoughtful and visionary plan, and I'm very proud of the county for putting this forward and for the Altadena Town Council for supporting it. I'm the founder of a not-for-profit organization called the Cheney Trail Corridor Project. We're a professional and community science response to protect the wildland from potential development, and we've documented numerous threatened and endangered species there and have established proof of a wildlife corridor. 2 months ago, a small number of large parcel owners created a confusing campaign against this great plan, as well as a petition. So in just 2 weeks, we created a factual campaign in our own petition with Altadena Wild. So far, the petition of the large parcel owners has 629 signatures. Ours has 1,267 signatures. 35% are from Altadena, and 76% are from zip codes located within SD5. The Cheney Trail Corridor.
Next speaker, please.
I am a longtime Altadena resident. I support the area plan because it supports harmonious and safe coexistence with the natural environment. The plan promotes wildlands preservation. It incorporates constraints on development in Altadena's protected areas and hazard zones, including the fire hazard zones. I support the plan because it directs future development toward Altadena's urban transit corridors, with particular attention to the needs of West Altadena. The plan acknowledges inequities within Altadena. Though Altadena is a racially and economically diverse community, symptoms of gentrification are on the rise. Through modest growth over the coming decades, Altadena can stay true to its diversity and community-minded nature by providing affordable housing and opportunities for local businesses, including women and minority-owned businesses. The plan's smart growth strategies have great potential for enhancing a sense of place in Altadena's town centers and a sense of peace in Altadena's wildland foothills. I urge the board to adopt the plan without delay. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now return back to remote speakers. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Our first participant is Eric Previn.
Go ahead, Eric.
If you are muted, please unmute.
Eric, you can begin.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead, Eric.
Okay, but he seems to think when I speak, he says, "Can you begin?" So I don't know. Maybe he can't hear me. AT&T is trying to block me because we're having a little disagreement. But let's move forward. Thank you for putting this on the agenda, and thank you for noting that it's 2:25. There's 27 p.m. And you know the people who care about the West San Gabriel Valley plan are here. They're trying, but this is not easy for those of us in the big leagues. And I don't know, what happened with this morning, and was there a readout of the closed session? And I showed up for the closed session. There was some presentations. We're
on item number 7.
I'm from the
keep to item
No, I
number
know.
7.
It's a plan. It's like the community plan. The community plan is great, but let's also tighten up. By the way, I love how finally Council District 5, and Supervisorial District 5. I am a Supervisorial District 5 guy now, ever since they got rid of me and kicked me out of the 3rd District and into
Thank you.
Into your
time has expired. Next speaker, please.
I don't think there are any more speakers.
There are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Thank you. All right, so I'd like to just thank, first of all, Amy Bodek and all of your team, but in particular for addressing my questions, as well as when your entire team went out and held the hearings throughout the communities. I want to thank you for recognizing that the voices needed to be heard. And let me be absolutely clear. The state continues to overstep, in my opinion, and undermine local land use authority in the planning efforts. The top-down imposition of mandates through the Regional Housing Needs Assessment, better known as RHNA, process has sparked widespread frustration and anger across not only our county, but throughout the state. While I acknowledge that there is finally some recognition of this, evidenced by calls for reform and a closer examination as to why RHNA process has caused so much discontent, this acknowledgement is long overdue. I would be remiss not to highlight one particularly glaring example of the state's failure in this regard. Despite our county's efforts to complete the housing element update on time a few years ago, the state's Department of Housing and Community Development was understaffed and unable to complete their review in a timely manner. As a result, our housing element was deemed out of compliance, forcing us into a burdensome one-year rezoning program. It is worth noting that this was only through the coordinated efforts of our local jurisdictions, including the county and the city of Los Angeles, that we were able to secure legislative changes to allow for the thoughtful rezoning process our communities deserve, one rooted in appropriate outreach and careful planning. I also want to touch upon the issues some property owners raised about land use changes in this plan. While there is disagreement about the potential impacts from the plan, I do feel comfortable that this plan has thoughtfully made land use changes that align with the priorities of our communities. As the Director of Regional Planning noted, development of land is contingent on more than just the general plan densities and is contingent on multiple ordinances and land use regulations. I would also request, Amy, that you continue to work with these property owners to ensure that they have the support of the county in evaluating the potential options related to their property. Finally, I want to speak to the community-driven aspects of this plan and underscore why a bottom-up approach is not just preferable, but essential for balanced and equitable planning. While we've retained the ability to make decisions, regional planning collaborated within our communities to shape key aspects of this plan is vital. The approach resulted in zoning and land use changes that reflect local priorities, including directing development away from high fire hazard zones, safeguarding natural resources, preventing habitat fragmentation, and preserving wildlife corridors. These decisions affirm our commitment to environmental stewardship and a forward-thinking vision for the future. Residents also raised concerns about improving general mobility and safety, including safe walking and biking routes. You cannot build a community and a new housing area without the critical infrastructure that will serve its residents. I am proud that we integrated these priorities into this plan, ensuring that community needs are addressed comprehensively. While this plan cannot directly address the infrastructure needs of our communities, the forthcoming capital improvement plans will. Those plans will be an opportunity to hone in our focus on the supportive infrastructure that our communities need. I want to particularly thank Victoria Knapp, the president of the Altadena Town Council, and the entire town council elected by the community for weighing in on this, and Victoria for being here today. Your leadership and the contributions of the town council exemplify the power of inclusive, community-driven planning. I tell people anything coming before this board in Altadena, if not heard through the town council, especially their land use, it does not get before this board. They are the eyes and ears of their community that they represent and live in. I have long been a firm advocate for a bottom-up approach, and I am heartened to hear that the town council feels their voices were heard and reflected in this process. Moving forward, I hope we continue to express and exercise responsible and local control as a guiding principle in shaping the future of this entire county, not just the 5th District. And let me just backtrack on the RENA. I recognize that we need to incorporate more housing, and we are behind an 8 ball. We are years behind in keeping up with the need of those in the state that need housing. And I feel it's important for us to take that responsibility seriously, which is what this plan does. But for those of you that think that this was just kind of thought of in the last 4 years, this came as a result of action taken in 2015 by this board, of which I was not on the board, that actually kicked this into action. So this has been been planned and has been worked on. And so I think it's important to note that this is the final conclusion of what has been a long and painstaking plan. So with that, I would move this item, seconded by Supervisor Solis. Will you call roll?
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell? Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 4-0.
Oh, thank you. Do I need, because it says for the public hearing and vote on this item, but we did the public hearing, correct?
It's correct as presented and voted on, Supervisor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Again, thank you all for being here today. Now, item 3 is a hearing on annexation and levying assessments for county lighting districts in the unincorporated area of Hacienda Heights. Executive Officer, please read the short title.
Item 3 is a hearing on the annexation of petition number 56-1221, located in the unincorporated area of Hacienda Heights, to County Lighting Maintenance District 1687 and County Lighting District Landscaping and Lighting Act-1, unincorporated zone. A departmental statement was submitted and correspondence was received.
Are there any supervisors that would like to make remarks? Do we need a presentation? No? All right, Executive Officer, please call those members of the public who have signed up to speak on this.
Will the following individual please come forward? Dr. Critical Toothbray. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item number 3, if you have not already done so, please press 1 and 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, when we have the first remote speaker, please.
And Madam Chair, we have no remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Thank you.
Do we have any in-person?
No in-person speakers, Madam Chair.
All right, it would be appropriate to close the public hearing, direct the tabulation of the ballots, and table the item until later in the meeting for tabulation results and action by the board. So that will be the order. We'll move on to item number 5 while they're tabulating. We will, for members of the public on the telephone, press 1, then 0 now to comment on this item. Executive Officer, please read the short title.
Item 5 is a hearing on an ordinance for adoption granting a gas pipeline franchise to Southern California Gas Company, a California corporation, to construct, maintain, and operate a pipeline system for an initial term of 10 years, beginning on January 9th, 2025, and expiring on January 8th, 2035. No departmental statement was submitted, and a correspondence was received.
I see no supervisors that would like to make any, Supervisor Solis.
Yes, just quick. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I know that this is a very important contract before us, and I want to state that I'm supportive of moving forward with the franchise agreement between Southern California Gas Company today, and appreciate the work that has been put forward by our county and also those representing the Southern California Gas Company. I want to highlight and acknowledge that at a time of our first hearing for this item last month on November 6th, the board had approved my motion that was co-authored by Supervisor Hahn for equitable distribution of $5 million in climate equity funds that are made available in part of this agreement amongst the 5 supervisorial districts. And I understand that the CEO and relevant departments such as the Chief Sustainability Office, Public Works, and ARTI need additional time to complete this report, and it will be presented, I believe, February in 2025. So I look forward to the report, February 2025, and hopefully we'll be ready with the priorities in terms of how we use this fund that can promptly be utilized for very much needed projects, I know, in many of our districts, but I know in my district, that deal with environmental justice and climate action goals. So I would respectfully ask for your aye vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Solis. Seeing no other of my colleagues wishing to speak, Executive Officer, please call those members of the public who've signed up to speak.
Will Dr. Critical Truth Bay please come forward? As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, you would like to address item number 5. If you have not already done so, please press 1 and 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, when you have the first remote speaker, please.
Yes, Eric Previn, your line is open. You may begin.
Okay, item number 5. Did you say item number 5?
Yes, Mr. Previn.
Are we going out of order? I thought we were on 7 already.
We are on item number 5.
And the thumbnail on 5 is just for the public who've been trying to follow the circuitous.
This is item number 5, the gas company the gas pipeline franchise to Southern California Gas Company.
Got it. Okay, so this is we're doing the gas franchise. So that's what we do. Even as we talk about, how upset we are about what happened out in the West Valley and how we are getting rid of fossil fuels and picking a fight with big oil, we are also cooperating where we have to. And I appreciate that because, we gotta have gas, but not anymore because we're getting rid of it. You can't have a gas barbecue. I'm so glad that I grandfathered into a gas barbecue, but eventually we're going to have to go electric.
Thank you.
I know.
Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, I have no further remote speakers to address the board.
All right, it would be appropriate to close the public hearing and vote on this item. Item 5 is before us, moved by Supervisor Solis. I will second to approve this item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Abstaining.
Supervisor Mitchell abstains. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 3-0 with 1 abstention.
All right, now we will return to item number 3. Executive Officer, please report on the ballot tabulation results.
Madam Chair and members of the board, after tabulating the ballots, a determination has been made that no majority protest exists against the proposed annexation and levying of assessments of petition number 56-1221 within the unincorporated area of Hacienda Heights to County Lighting Maintenance District 1687 and County Lighting District Landscaping and Lighting Act 1, unincorporated zone. As a result, it would be appropriate for the board to adopt the resolution ordering annexation and levying of assessments and the joint resolutions approving and accepting the negotiated exchange of property tax revenues resulting from the annexation of territory to County Lighting Maintenance District 1687 and County Lighting District Landscaping and Lighting Act 1, unincorporated zone for fiscal year 2025-26.
All right, item 3 is before us, moved by Supervisor Solis, seconded by Supervisor Mitchell. To approve this item, Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 4-0.
Very good. Now we are going to move on to item number 9. Report on the progress to improve contracting equity and local business opportunities. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0 now to comment on this item. Dr. Scorza, Executive Director of Racial Equity, Chief Executive Office, Michael O, Director of Internal Services, and Kelly Libianco with the Director of Economic Opportunity, and I don't see Christina Galley. But
her team is getting her. It went a little faster.
Okay,
She
and
should
then
be here.
Dr. Christina Galley, who will be here in a moment, Director of Health Services, are going to make a presentation. The floor is yours, Kelly.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, supervisors. We're here today to report out on the progress to improve contracting equity and local business opportunities. This is in response to a series of motions by your board related to equity in county contracting that involve my partners here from Internal Services, Economic Opportunity, obviously, the Chief Executive Office, and Health Services. We know our charge is to increase the ease of doing business and the equity in the way we do business so that we see those returns in local investment for growth and reinvestment in our communities. Thank you. All right, so we'll start with a quick status check. We know that public sector offers incredible procurement potential, and that can feel opaque or out of reach for many. That is especially true for small and diverse businesses, as we know, and it shows up in the data that you can see here. Analysis after analysis shows the disparity in proportion of federal procurement spending for minority and women-owned firms, and these businesses tend to be small. The barriers are clear: information, burdensome processes, and requirements that make it easier for agencies but harder on the applicants, and cash flow and resources to get going and or achieve on the job. You see this pattern continues even at the county level. The county spends at about $6 to $8 billion per year, as we know. Our certified businesses, those who are small and diverse, took home over $1 billion, which is amazing and shows the power of procurement. The majority of dollars go to non-certified businesses for the same barriers that I just mentioned. With every stark reality, there is an opportunity. Doing business with small and diverse businesses pays off. You see small, diverse businesses with capital, they build resiliency. Consistent capital helps them grow and sustain growth. More competition with qualified vendors means we can deliver the best goods and services to our communities, and small, diverse businesses hire locally and reinvest locally at a much higher rate. It pays for projects in our region to ensure that our procurement allows for space for small, diverse procurement opportunity as we get the job done. All right, on some numbers, but we're not at square zero. It's important for us to recognize that we've made a lot of progress over time. The collective understanding of the benefit and the translation to goals like our utilization goals, 25% local and 3% disabled veteran utilization goals, and the seizing of this window of opportunity for region is already paying off. As you can see here on this slide, there are record awards going to small, diverse businesses at the county level, exceeding past milestones. That $1 billion that I mentioned, that's up 300% from 2017, as you can see on this graph. That doesn't happen by accident. Thanks to the prioritization of this board, the board passed an equity and county contracting motion in 2021, as well as many other contracting motions, and we've already done a variety of things. Maintained one of the most progressive preference programs, expanded prompt payment to our social enterprise certified businesses, streamlined applications for certifications and bids, pushed unbundling as far as that we can, and we're continuing to. Training people so our practices meet the spirit of our policy and system changes, so that's our vendors and our departments. We're piloting cash advance, something that the county can do, but we're proactively doing for folks where we can at DEO, and making commitments like our equity and infrastructure project pledge, where we are tripling the number of certified businesses and finding a path towards certification reciprocity with LA City. We've already found a way there and are going to be coming back to the board soon. And we have to give credit to our region and the hundreds of folks who have made recommendations that led to these changes in the early days of the initiative. As you can see here, we are doing roadshows. Michael and I from the Internal Services Department, we've been to 3 of the 5 districts so far. We have another one in Long Beach on the 22nd of January to talk to folks, nonprofits in the community about how it's going. Again, these gains, especially in the increase in certifications and awards, are because we are stating the goals out loud and with key investments into reducing the barriers for our small business community. A couple of examples: we partner with Meriwether and Williams alongside City and Metro, collectively supporting the LA County Contractor and Bonding Program with more than 200 clients served last year. We host the Apex Accelerator in our Office of Small Business, helping folks with county, local, state, and federal contracting through certification, matchmaking, application assistance. You can see the hundreds of millions of awards. And lastly, in the last year, thanks to this board, we launched the Economic Mobility Initiative as part of our American Rescue Plan investments, a $25 million initiative with 15+ partners supporting education, training, and technical assistance and capital. We're reaching 10,000 small businesses. This includes 100 that we're serving through the LA Area Chamber with the One LA Procurement Program. We've also, thanks to this board, launched the LA County Small Biz Permit Express with Regional Planning and Public Works, reducing the amount of time for small community serving businesses to get their permits, entitlements, inspections, et cetera, by 25%. So there's a lot going on to realize these goals. And now I'll pass to Michael.
Thank you, Kelly, and thank you for allowing me to be here today and talk about procurement, because I might be the biggest procurement nerd that you may know. It's super exciting because this is the kind of stuff that people don't really realize is so essential for the services that our county residents need to get done, and the work that our departments do need to get done. And the support of your board through the equity and county contracting motion, the digital streamlining motions, all of the work that all of you have put towards us and the investments that you've put towards us is going to come to fruition at some point. I was talking to our colleagues here, and I was saying, some people would compare this to building the plane as you fly it. Well, I think that's actually not completely accurate. It's actually taking the plane apart while you're flying it and then putting it back together because of the way that the structures have been put in place. Whenever you're working on a transformation initiative like this, you have to focus on three things: people, process, and technology. And that's what you're seeing on this slide, right? We've invested in our people, in particular, with the new Office of Countywide Contracting. We're focusing on the process, which is going to be related to the best practices, the business process mapping, which sounds super boring, and it is, but it's super important for us to know how we're going to build to the future. And then really, at the end of the day, that technology should enable all of the improvements that we've identified. If we just try to put on a new system the things that we're doing today, you're not going to get any improvement, and you're going to make things worse, frankly. So that's what we're trying to be very intentional about how we do this. And then at the end of the day, it's going to be that culture change. And you're already seeing that culture change. When Kelly referenced the $1.1 billion, in 2015, prior to a lot of these LSBE and equity and contracting motions took place, we were at 156 million to this population. We're at 1.1 billion today. That is almost purely based on that culture change. The departments are on board. You are on board. You're pushing us. The CEO is on board. Everyone is on board together to make this happen. And that's where we're headed right now.
Thank you, Michael. And what's on deck? A lot more to come. So a couple things I just wanted to quickly highlight before I pass it over to my colleague, Dr. Scorza, for CEO and the DHS updates. We are setting big goals. I mentioned this board helped us sign the Equity and Infrastructure Project Pledge and the White House Equity Pledge, and we committed to tripling the number of certified businesses. We're already 15% up. We are doing that in part because we're looking towards LA 28. We're looking at all the infrastructure investments, and we want to make sure there's the maximum community benefit possible with those dollars coming into the region. We're launching a revolving loan fund, so thanks to this board for approving our first $2 million that we're going to catalyze in early 2025. We're coming back to the board with an ordinance update around reciprocity with the city. That means if you are a certified small business, diverse small business in LA City or in LA County, we are on the cusp, pending approval through the board and through City Council to make you able to apply to city and county contracts, which is huge. And part of our efforts to get prepared for LA 28. So we're really pleased in our partnership there. And now we're at the administrative piece. And we're supporting small business advocates across agency. That's part of the culture change that Michael talked about. So, DEO is very much focused on our community and making sure they're getting ready and the capacity's built and the capital's there so that they can contract with us and that our process is on the inside, whether it's certification or procurement processes are ready for folks. And we want to make sure that all of our departments have what they need to support small, diverse businesses. And I will go ahead and pass it back to Michael for some of the updates on his side.
Yes, and we are working on a new e-procurement system, the technology that I mentioned, that will enable a lot of this change to occur. What I would say is that as we're figuring out where all the improvements can be, What we are doing and what you're seeing with the team at the Office of Countywide Contracting on our side as well as Kelly's side is these incremental improvements. And I know at times it feels like we are not moving fast enough, and it's true. I wish that we could move a little faster. On the evaluation, just going back to the e-procurement solution, on the evaluation of that project and those proposals, it did take a little more time than I had wanted. But frankly, that's the time that if it's going to take any time, I want that to be where the team spends a lot of their time, along with where we are right now, which is the negotiation phase. What will happen is that you'll see these incremental improvements, and then all of a sudden, things will start getting better. And you'll see a phased rollout of the improvements as we go live with the system in the future. Our hope is to bring the contract to this board with negotiations, knock on wood, ending in a few weeks in early Q1 of 2025. And then once we lock the contract and approve the contract, then our goal is to go live with the system, at least the first phase of the system, a year from that date. And then we'll be releasing things and releasing new modules of the system going forward from there.
And now we'll pass the baton to our partners at CEO and DHS.
Thank you so much, Kelly, and good afternoon, board, and happy holidays to each of you. I'm excited to be here with all of you. And so as it relates to the motion that in many ways prompted this conversation, Artie is excited to have done work with both DEO, ISD, along with DHS to strengthen the Equity in County Contracting Initiative and develop a set of recommendations to help promote equity in the local economy through contracting. Now, I'll turn it over to Dr. Galley, who's going to talk to you about what DHS is doing, and I'll come back to you and talk to you about the recommendations as well. Dr. Galley?
Thank you, and good afternoon, supervisors. Thanks for the opportunity to talk about contracting. DHS has a large set of contracts, about 1,600 or so contracts that span a wide variety of types of services. We did one breakdown. You could break down the data in a lot of different ways just to get a sense of the breadth of services that are covered by our contracts. And it covers everything from personnel services, education and training, a lot of our affiliation agreements work under our contract, and it helps support physician training, medical education, all of our housing, a lot of our housing for health and ODR contracts and harm reduction contracts really help build up programmatic services through a variety of community-based organizations. So we use it for many different things. It's a huge part of our work, and we really appreciate the way in which it can support the economic development of the broader community. There's different reasons why contracts are used in different settings, and so it's really a case-by-case analysis of what's the right structure, but we realize it's an important element of providing services and the full scope of what DHS does. I'll turn it back over to Dr. Scorza to talk about the recommendations for Artie, and then I'll come back and walk through where DHS is at in implementing each of those recommendations.
Thank you for that, Dr. Galley. So these recommendations that you see here are meant to address some of the challenges frequently cited by community-based organizations and those who are seeking to do business with the county. We typically make these recommendations across all county departments, largely because often CBOs and small businesses mention that there's a lack of awareness and notification of contracting opportunities or even a complicated and lengthy application process. And so typically the CBOs are looking to build organizational capacity to compete for and take advantage of large contracts if they're provided. And so to help do the work of advancing equity in county contracting, we recommended again that DHS continue to strengthen its efforts to unbundle contracts. As we are aware, unbundling contracts significantly increases access to contracts by breaking them into smaller, more manageable agreements that allow smaller businesses to bid and win, some of which would otherwise be too large for them to handle alone. We also think it helps to provide more opportunities for small and mid-sized organizations to compete for funding and increase supplier diversity. And DHS will later share with you some of the efforts they have underway where they are currently implementing this strategy where possible. The second recommendation is to strengthen the provision of technical assistance and consultation by exploring additional opportunities to support vendors on their contracting efforts. This includes leveraging existing resources and expertise gained by providing TA and consultation programs for emerging and small to mid-sized organizations so that they can fairly compete for county contracts. We gave some examples, including the Center for Strategic Partnerships and Center for Nonprofit Management's Equitable Recovery Initiative, which happened during the American Rescue Plan Act period, where CBOs and small businesses were providing information and training on county contracting, as well as you've heard from Kelly, their Economic Mobility Initiative, which, as you saw, offers education, training, and technical assistance. And then finally, there are other programs like the Incubator Academy model, similar to what Department of Mental Health, Public Health, and the Justice, Care, and Opportunities departments have run. Finally, the third recommendation we made, which is on the screen, is to expand outreach and engagement efforts. In order to increase organizations' awareness of upcoming and current contract solicitation opportunities, as well as preference programs. That includes strengthening doing business with county contracting events for prospective suppliers, as well as continuing to collaborate with ISD, DO, and RD on strengthening a centralized county contracting website, which Director O and Lobianco have been working diligently on to make contracting opportunities more readily available and their awareness expanded to multiple organizations. Finally, RD recommends that DHS continue to work with DEO and ISD. They've done an incredible amount of work thus far to further enhance their contracting processes in parallel with this countywide transformation. Now I'll turn it back over to Dr. Galley.
Thank you. So I'll walk through each of those three programmatic areas and talk about the status where DHS is at in implementing the RD recommendation. For each of these, it's structured in what we've done so far and what is still in the works. So with respect to unbundling our contracts, this is particularly appropriate for some of those service-oriented projects. Already, we have an RFP released to be able to unbundle housekeeping services, unarmed security, and laundry services. And then we're in the process of developing an RFP to be able to unbundle our landscaping services. And we're in the early stages of development of an RFP to restructure how we manage some of our financial service contracts, with an opportunity to be able to award an additional number of contracts in the future. And this is helpful. The unbundling is helpful for equity purposes. Obviously, DHS is a large organization. We span the breadth of the county. And it's often hard for small businesses to be able to produce the number of employees or be able to cover the full geographic breadth of the county and to be able to bid on those contracts. It really has lent itself more to being amenable for larger organizations to be able to bid. So for example, when we have one of our contracts right now that has our security services has 2 vendors that provide the scope of services across all of the DHS facilities. And when we unbundle it, there'll be opportunity for up to 4 contractors. So they'll have to cover a narrower geographic area, and they'll have to produce fewer total staff just because it's split up into more pieces. And that offers an opportunity for more potential vendors to be able to bid. The next category is with respect to technical assistance and consultation. We're in the process of rolling out this toolbox and really appreciative to both RD as well as to some other county departments that have been forthcoming in sharing the tools and technical assistance programs that they have. I know you're aware of DMH's service offering as well as JCOD. They both have really great offerings for programmatic services when it's comprehensive service providers and trying to help some of those community-based organizations be able to come online. And those departments have excellent offerings for technical assistance in those programmatic areas, and we've enjoyed being able to learn from them. We have a new technical assistance inbox where people can get advice. We're trying to really work more with vendors on the spot to understand the county contracting process, as well as provide some of that more tailored technical assistance. Some of our contracts are a little bit more specialized in nature than some of the more programmatic contracts that DMH and JCOD use. Some of what they're contracting for are more along the lines of what Housing for Health and ODR do, with partnering with community-based organizations that provide full programmatic services. Already our ODR and Housing for Health teams have pretty robust technical assistance opportunities to be able to help those vendors come online. It's more within the more mainstream service contracts for DHS that are more technical in nature, that some of the technical assistance needs to be more tailored. So we're trying to help with grant writing, assistance with writing grant proposals, or how do you respond, how do you create a narrative, how do you fill out the billing sheet, how do you do some of that more nuanced and detailed work that's really going to lead to the success or not success of a particular vendor in applying. We're working on building out more of those resources, including some more of those proposal writing trainings in spring of 2025. And then we are working on a model for how we can partner with new community-based organizations and really help them build capacity, and that's more geared for the summer of 2025. And then next, outreach and engagement. Already, all of our contract solicitations are posted on the county's Doing Business with Los Angeles County website, thanks to ISD for their partnership there. There are select contract opportunities that are not listed there, and I think this has been a point of confusion in the past. It's really specific to the master agreements. So when someone is doing a work order among a master agreement, then those are only marketed to the eligible vendors that are already on the master agreement. Those particular solicitations and work orders are not listed on the Doing Business with LA County website, but everything else is, if it's truly open to an open solicitation and not specific to a master agreement. We have ongoing attendance at outreach events in the community, and we'll continue to do that as well. We are looking in the summer of 2025 to host additional events around the community for select contracts, to be able to just do outreach among potential vendors, help people to be aware of new solicitations that are coming online, and make sure that people have the awareness of what's out there and what they could apply for. And then we're working on more targeted engagement and educational resources. Sole source contracts. So of DHS's 1,600 or so contracts, less than 50 of those are sole source. We do realize that there is an ongoing need to reduce sole source contracts within DHS as well as the county wherever possible. We are on an effort to reduce sole source contracts wherever possible. Sometimes there's unique circumstances that preclude the ability to be able to bring something out for solicitation. Our trauma hospitals receive payments under Measure B fund. Martin Luther King Jr. Community Hospital receives a payment through a special ITT arrangement that has been established. We have our affiliations with our medical schools that work off of sole source arrangements. There's a variety of other examples where, because of the nuances specific to the contract, it wouldn't necessarily be appropriate to move off of the sole source arrangement. There's other categories of contracts, namely within our information technology contracts, our original equipment manufacturer contracts, and our finance, billing, and collection services contracts, that for various reasons, largely because of the technical expertise unique to the particular solution, IT solution, or piece of equipment or service that's being provided, that it's not possible to move off of those contracts in the near term, but over time we are working to be able to diversify those different opportunities as well whenever we can. And then finally, we have our EDIA, Equity, Diversity, Inclusion, and Anti-Racism effort within DHS. We work closely in partnership with ARDI, and those two teams have a history of working very closely together. Along with our EDIA team, they've established a comprehensive contract inventory. We have written our standard diversity statement, which is written at the bottom of this slide. We have hired a large number of our EDIA staff. We have a total of 31 items in DHS that are dedicated to EDIA type work. That's in addition, I would say, to really the vast majority or all of DHS's staff, which are committed to EDIA work. So much of what we do is focused on equity, diversity, inclusion, and anti-racism, and is built into the work that we do. But those 31 staff are focused specifically on the programmatic or the administrative aspects of fleshing out our EDIA work. 17 of those items are filled, including our EDIA staff that is within our contracts and grants unit, as well as within our supply chain unit that's working on diversifying our supply chain and procurement protocols. And with that, I will close, but happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you for that presentation. We'll start with Supervisor Mitchell, followed by Supervisor Solis and Supervisor Horvath. Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you all for your presentation today. I'm glad you mentioned LA 28 because it struck me that we all certainly witnessed at the Paris Games. We saw the power of social enterprise and the fact that it was intentional in the application to host the games. You know, the mayor who initiated the application, fortunately for her, was the mayor that actually saw the games come to fruition. And social enterprise and equity was baked in from the very beginning, and we saw how that benefited the games as a whole, and certainly the Parisians upon the conclusion of the games. And so thank you for mentioning LA 28, because us getting this right now will certainly empower our small employers or nonprofit organizations to be prepared for what's coming to LA County. This has been a priority for me since taking office, so I'm really glad to see how far we've come. Why a priority? Because small employers are truly the backbone of our regional economy. And for too long, trying to navigate the county's bureaucracy was just prohibitive for far too many organizations. And as the largest market participant in the region, our county government has really an unparalleled opportunity, and I think responsibility, frankly, to leverage our purchasing power to grow the small business ecosystem. And so that's why I've pushed forward, and I'm really glad to see the progress that we've made. I know we've got a long way to go to truly streamline, but I appreciate the presentation that you've brought forward today. I appreciate DHS's partnership in this work, particularly given the large scale and economic impact of the numerous contracts that you manage. But I know that there are many other departments who also have contracting opportunities. And again, creating a more equitable contracting process across all departments will require a countywide commitment to collaboration and concerted effort by all of our departments to analyze and reform their contracting processes for consistency and to implement best practices. So my question, what should departments expect from the new Office of County Contracting in the coming weeks and months? And what kinds of collaboration will you need from other departments to streamline and centralize contracting in a timely manner?
Thank you for the question, Supervisor. And I'm actually going to start with some of the feedback that we're getting from our listening tours that we've had. And we've gone to Castaic, we've been in East LA, we've been in South LA, and we hear three things consistently. Please make things faster, please make things simpler, and please pay us, right, for the full freight.
Here.
And we agree with that approach, and that's the message that we're taking back to all of our departments. As you may know, actually our procurement portfolio is split between purchasing, which under California Government Code, you all have delegated to ISD as the purchasing agent, which is mostly equipment, small dollar services, and commodities. That's about 15% of our spend on any given year. And then we have contracting, the service contracts, that's the vast majority of our procurement spend, and that's what we're talking about mostly here. However, purchasing has the same elements as contracting.
Exactly.
We have two different networks in the county. We have a network of purchasing managers and contracting managers. We've been engaging them from day one to make things easier, make things simpler, go faster, and pay fast, right? And so we're giving that message every day to those networks on a quarterly basis at minimum, and sometimes even more often. We do trainings with that network, and those are the department staff that are doing the work on the ground. We've also been engaging at the admin deputy, chief deputy, and department head levels. I do want to give a big shout out to two particular department heads, DCFS and DYD, who have been proactively engaging on how they can actually make things better, top down, bottom up within their departments. And in particular to DCFS, they have a very complicated portfolio. And so it's going to take a lot of work. We've met many times, and I think we're going to work through some of these issues, at the state and federal funding level and hopefully make things better when we're able to implement the new system. And also, I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge Dr. Galley and her team, because when we've been to these listening tours, I will tell you that we've gotten big shout outs. We actually had one vendor raise their hand, it's a listening tour, so we're listening to a lot of feedback, and one of them said, DHS ODR does things really well. Maybe you can take some of their practices and implement them across the county. And so that's what we're really doing, is day to day, taking this feedback and trying to implement it where on the system level where we can, and then really at the discrete department level as well. We're also looking to implement and actually expand the simplified acquisition pilot that we did based on your motion a couple years ago. I'm sorry, I'm forgetting what year that was. We actually increased the simplified acquisition limit from 25,000 to 100,000 for 6 departments based on the diverse spend, not just the biggest spending departments, but the types of spend that they had, and that was super successful. We saw huge, not just spend levels, but also we saw cycle time reductions. We saw customer satisfaction. Some of the vendors were very positive with that as well. And those are some things that we can do now, and we don't have to wait for the new technology. And so we're trying to find opportunities, again, short term as well as planning for that long term.
I appreciate that. One last question for me, Madam Chair. While you gave the obvious metric, the increase in investment, the 1.1 billion and that growth, is that the only metric that we're going to use to really determine if the procurement reforms are having the intended impact that we want? Are there other evaluation metrics that we're going to use?
For sure. I mean, the awards is definitely there, and that's going to always be something that we are tracking. It's something that we've actually been saying on our listening sessions too, which is, I think, and I tell my team this, the success of our department is also in our equity county contracting initiative, how successful folks are in not only getting certified, but actually successfully bidding and achieving awards, whether it's through the county, which is that 1 billion number, or also through our state and federal partners too. But it's important to us to be tracking outreach and engagement. We have Dr. Scorza here who helped build the Equity Explorer tool, making sure that when we're doing our outreach and making sure that folks know about contracting opportunities. One of the things we've heard on the listening session is folks don't even know what we buy, and we know we buy everything. So making sure that we're out there in the community, letting them know the diverse goods and services that we buy, and making sure they know how to access it. Successful access to capacity building supports. We talk a lot about education, training, and technical assistance and capital, because that is what we hear over and over again. Whether you're a to-be contractor or an existing contractor, folks need more information. They need more clear and consistent information from us. They need support, not just in getting a certification or a permit, but really in sort of packaging themselves for these awards. Diversifying their revenue streams. That's one of the things we've talked about here too. It's not just a public sector contract, but how do you help someone be a more diverse and robust and vibrant business or nonprofit? And finally, capital. So tracking those things, and then how participation in those programs actually translates to access and achievement of awards. Certification numbers for preference programs, you heard us talk about tripling those. We need to go way higher than that in advance of LA 28 and some of the other initiatives in the region. Drilling down on commodity access, I think that's one thing about LA 28, if we're using that as an example, which is going to be important for us. So how do folks learn about what we buy and also better prepare for those things, and how do we understand what our certified businesses actually do, so that when we know, so that we're better preparing folks for our own purchasing, but also those of related vendors. We know that when it comes to LA 28 spend, that might not be county purchasing, but we'll want to make sure that we're accessing, supporting their access to capacity building so that they can be successful in that. And then lastly, utilization goals. This board passed in March of 2023, 25% and 3% utilization goals across departments. So that's a metric of interest so that we can talk about DYD, DHS, DCFS, but all of our county departments and how they're participating in equity and county contracting. And lastly, that's all hard metrics, but hearing directly from our community, from those contracting entities that we're partnered with, understanding their satisfaction on whether we're fast, simple, pay on time is important as well.
Thank you very much for that. And to hear in your report, that you can go through one process to be deemed MeBe-WeBe that would apply to both the city and county. That is beyond huge. So I congratulate you on that effort thus far. Just in closing, Madam Chair, I know that we've heard from some of our friends in labor about some concerns, and I just think it's important that we distinguish, contracting and procurement is a whole different kind of business development beyond the jobs that we provide as a county, the 14,000 jobs. And so, the goal of this effort is to make sure that those procurement efforts, frankly, are as equity-based and diverse as the county workforce. So it's the same kind of lens I think we're using that we use in terms of who we employ as the county, in terms of who we contract with for not just services, but also goods. That's not about what our county employees provide. So the focus is equity and access, as well as our ability to empower and support small employers in our community and use our purchasing power in an equitable and fair way. So thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you for your presentation.
Great, thank you. Thank you to all four of you for the presentation. This is an exciting topic. I think one that when I first got on the board immediately was attached to seeing how we could create this onslaught of support for our communities, especially pre-pandemic. And we saw how creative our county could really be. And I think that was a true test for all our departments, and something that our DEO and ISD, every single one of our folks that are talking to us today know how important it is to continue that and to make sure that we really challenge ourselves so that access really does mean something. And one thing I know you noticed you brought up was having reciprocity. And you said the city of LA, the county. What about Metro? They're also a part of this?
Yeah, we're working with all of the certification entities in LA County. So we've all been coming together in part because we're all working on LA 28 and in part because we're all working on infrastructure LA. We found the quickest path to reciprocity with LA City and the local small business enterprise program that we think there's just a couple administrative fixes that can allow us to offer reciprocity both in the criteria and our vetting. So that's first up. And so we want to get started and get going, but the conversation's happening Metro, LAWA, state, federal. We're talking about all aspects of it. We want to make sure that whatever contract you're going for in the region, we make it as administratively easy as possible, while also making sure that we have a good vetting process for our local and small business vendors.
Something that strikes me too is just the enormity of our own department's budgets. And I know DHS is one of them, but also Department of Public Works. And I know ISD, it falls along those lines as well. But DPW has often really, I've always felt like there could be more done there in unbundling. And I know they have master agreements, but that's also tricky because there's a certain threshold that you have to meet to get on that list. And a lot of minority contractors that I have heard of and know of have contacted me and told me it's just not surmountable. They can't do it. So I think we need to focus on that as well, and for any other department, because obviously we do have partners that are providing similar services out there. Why can't we build upon that? So I think we really have to have our department directors understand, and their support staff that are under them really understand what that means, and maybe come up with how people are also rewarded and evaluated in our departments and how they're reaching those goals and what kinds of contracts are actually going out. You know, those are really important aspects right now as we're coming out of COVID. We're still in this economic downturn, I feel, for some of our smaller and even medium-sized businesses. And now with this, given the new administration's, direction, we may see fewer contracting because this isn't something that they affirmatively support. And I am concerned what happens to RD, what happens to DEI, diversity, inclusion, and equity. What does that mean? What have we looked at already to see how those policies, especially with respect to the documents that have been printed by this administration, on how they feel about all of this? So we need to be protective, but I would love to have feedback on that from all of you. Maybe if you have something to say now, fine, but I think it would behoove us to have something prepared.
Yeah, I think, I think like some of the spirit of this presentation is, we're committed, we've made a lot of progress, and there's still some ways to go. I will just say quickly, and then I'll pass it to my colleagues because I know they have something to say as well, that the Department of Public Works has been working alongside us on reciprocity as part of Infrastructure LA and has been a great partner there. And also has been, they came to our Small Business Commission. We've been working on outreach and engagement. And so I think a lot of folks are trying different tactics with us to make sure we get more local, small, diverse contracting opportunities out there. So I wanted to shout that out, and I know that we have a lot more to lift opportunity for folks and support them in that effort.
Supervisor, earlier this year, I participated on a panel with the urbanists talking exactly about this issue. Because when you look actually across the country, you're seeing even jurisdictions that don't have a Prop 209 restriction, having those programs be struck down by the federal judiciary. So it is something that we're looking at across the board. And I do believe that LA has an opportunity to be a leader because of all of the efforts that we've already put into place on finding a new path to be able to reach the businesses that we want to reach in our communities and invest in them, and in a way that will withstand the really the attack that we're seeing right now.
Right.
And I think that's right, Supervisor. Being able to really speak to this work, both in a practical but also data-driven way, I think will enable us to shore it up such that any potential opposition to advancing RD-related, EDIA, JEDI-related efforts can withstand, right, sort of any withstand challenges that may come down the pike. And so we saw in the Students for Fair Admissions versus Harvard case how important data was, and the role it needed to play in protecting and shoring up our efforts to demonstrate the effectiveness of this work and its value in government as well.
I think we should do that internally for the county, because we need to convince our department heads and folks that are there directing procurement to understand what that data can tell them. So why we don't have to wait for anyone to give us that. I think we have perhaps the data, we just need to have the willpower to do it. Dr. Galley?
Yeah, thank you. I agree. I think data can be very powerful. I'll just add that the steps that RD has advocated for and that DHS is taking, as well as many other county departments, I think they're no-nonsense steps that aren't threatening and aren't to be threatened as I see things playing out. We're talking about outreach and engagement, technical assistance, helping people understand how to apply for contracts, trying to make the application process simpler and more streamlined, thinking about how to unbundle contracts so small businesses can apply. I think that would benefit everybody, all types of businesses, and I think they're really steps that the county should take irrespective of where some of that broader political narrative goes.
Dr. Galley, I wanted to ask you in particular, since my colleague Ollie Mitchell raised this also, the concern that CIU or some of our unions may have that we're taking away jobs from potential county employees. Could you help address that and explain, particularly as it impacts our restorative care villages on all of our campuses? Because we have restrictions with respect to the IMD waiver. And I think it just tells me that we have to do a better job of explaining what some of these restrictions are and why we do what we do. And even at that, we're still creating opportunities for some of these providers that are actually doing the really hard work to get people well. So can you talk a little bit about that, please?
Sure, thank you. I think overall, as I see this issue, I think we have to not try to see this as a zero-sum game. There's lots of opportunity for everyone to step forward. There's economic development opportunities for people when they take good county jobs, and there's strong economic opportunities for people when they take good private sector-based jobs within large or small corporations, within community-based organizations. And I think the more we build up those partnerships within the county jobs and outside of the county, I think the county overall is better off and will lead to the strengthening of the population in LA County and business development, economic development, help raise people out of poverty. And I think there's there's strong arguments to really be able to do both and not try to see it in a view that there's a winner and a loser in every contract. There's lots of opportunities for everyone to be able to take part and to have a role to play. With respect to the topic you've mentioned on the restorative care villages, as one of DMH's services that they provide, as you've mentioned, are some of these facilities that are subject to the IMD exclusion. As I know you're aware, this is an exclusion that limits, based on federal law, the number of beds that can be operated by any one single entity to 16 or fewer. And because of that, in order to build up more than 16 beds on any single site, and we need way more than 16 beds on any single site, they have to do that because of the nature of the federal law by doing separate contracts with multiple different entities through separate legal and fiscal arrangements in order to be able to draw down the federal reimbursement for those IMD facilities on the restorative care campuses. Similar to that, Housing for Health and the Office of Diversion and Reentry partner with hundreds of organizations to build out our county's permanent and interim supportive housing plans and a variety of other networks. And the strength of that network is the diversity of the providers that provide the services. They know the communities, they know the clients, they know the services, and we've partnered with an amazing set of entities to be able to build out those supportive housing options over the county. And I really think it's to the county's benefit, to the benefit of the individuals that are receiving services, and it's a model I think really speaks to the strength of the county overall.
I would just ask that we do perhaps a better job in articulating that to the public, but also to our own employees, because it really will make a substantial difference. And I want to point out correspondence that I think we just got this morning from the CEO's office, an analysis. Can you talk about that, Fisha, please? Because I know this is something very critical, and I'm hoping that we can kind of lay some of those fears aside. So
Thank you,
could go into that.
Supervisors. So recently, there was a publication that was issued by one of our labor partners. It's called "Shedding a Light on Contracting Out in LA County Government," and it is styled as a research report. One of the things that we did in my office, we work with the departments on this dais. We really wanted to delve down into the report and understand the concerns. We really wanted to figure out what was real, where there was a there, and where there was opportunity to provide clarification. So I'll just touch on a couple of high-level examples. One of the things that was called out in the document was that county workers are losing ground to privatization efforts of the board or of the county. And that is just not correct. The county's budget, the portion of our budget that we use to pay county employees, between fiscal years 2019 to 2020, that budget was $15.9 billion. And then in fiscal year 24-25, that amount was $20.6 billion. That's a 30% increase in that budget. I know that we often receive requests from our employees and from our labor partners for even more increases in salary and employee benefits, but that is a respectable amount, and it is nothing, I think, to sneeze at. And so that's just one example. It is not the case, we believe, that the board is offering such generous contracts to the private sector at the risk of neglecting our own county workforce. I think another example is it talks about specifically our health services department. And one of the things that it says is that, you know, the county is not really doubling down on intensive recruitment efforts in DHS to help meet our needs. Well, we know that's not true. Since the pandemic, competition for qualified healthcare workers, as I think Dr. Galley will attest to, has remained fierce, and the Department of Health Services has aggressively recruited to fill vacancies by offering a series of incentives that have been authorized by your board. As an example, the county offers 20 different bonuses for DHS nursing staff. They are awarded based on a number of things like advanced education, the number of certifications you might have, the shift that you're working on. And there's also location-based bonuses where the board authorized bonuses between 2% and up to 5.5% for employees working various jobs, and up to 20% for those that are working in our county jails. So that's another example where the board is trying to facilitate the department's efforts to remain in the fight for this competition for very needed staff. The last thing that I would say is one of the things that was called out in this document were vacancies. And I think it bears highlighting. Basically, the information is just inaccurate. Vacancy rates at the county library, as stated in the report, are 16% and not 49%. Vacancies at our Department of Human Resources is 7.4% and not 30%. And so we want to be able to provide additional information to help clarify, one, what the actual numbers are, and two, what is the appropriate methodology to make those calculations so that as you go forward, then we can all be on the same page and have a common taxonomy in terms of what we refer to as vacants and what is not vacant. I have a number of other points, but I won't belabor the conversation. My office prepared a document that's dated December 9th, 2024. I think it would be helpful if we had this document admitted to the record for purposes of today's discussion. We didn't issue it as a formal memo, but it would be helpful if we can have it admitted. Yes. And I will say, in addition to the correspondence that we have received, I think that was addressed to the board by SEIU, dated December 10th, 2024. I think it would be helpful if both were admitted to the record.
Madam Chair, I would move that we accept these documents into the record. And I think it is important. That's why I wanted to raise it. But I just want to go back quickly to Michael O, if I can. My question to you is, we've heard a lot from some of our small businesses about cash flow problems and timely payment. Where do you see us going with those two areas, given that we really want to ramp up too for 2028, the Olympics and everything that's in between?
Supervisor, I'm going to ask Kelly to talk a little bit about what we're doing immediately,
Okay.
but I do want to give you a sense of like where we're going. So in the new system, the idea is that each CBO will have their own account. Almost like when you go to your bank, you'll be able to see your account. You'll be able to see all of your county contracts, all of the outstanding invoices, all of the payments, and then the status of the approval workflow for each of those activities. And then from the same system, you will be able to receive RFPs that you're eligible for, propose in the system, see where you are in the evaluation process, see the awards when they come out. When you're negotiating, see where you are in that workflow. Then when you get awarded the contract, you should be able to book the contract. We're actually partnering with Artie on a taxonomy as well on the PPCIT on the future for the human services. But imagine even for human services, the vast majority of that spend for any organization is going to be personnel. And I think we could come together and agree on how are we going to describe a education program and a program director. So once you, and I know it seems very granular, but once you're able to get to that level of detail, then when the CBOs submit those invoices to us, that invoice cannot be anything different than what the contract says. So in system, you'll just be able to flip it, and then on a monthly basis, you just tell us what we owe you, and boom, you get paid. And this is not science fiction, because I've actually done this in the past. And I will tell you that in previous jobs in my old departments, we went from 6 months of invoice payments, I mean, really terrible invoice cycle times, down to days. And that's possible. And so we are, it's not going to happen immediately, but it is something that we're working on. And in the meantime, I do want to talk about how great the cash flow loan program is going to be for our CBOs.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Michael. I've experienced that future too, and it's nice. I'm looking forward to it. So a couple of things. We mentioned it in our presentation too, but we do have a prompt payment of 15 days, and we're pretty good at meeting that. I think the caveat there is what Michael just mentioned, that you have to have everything perfect to be able to get paid in 15 days. So that's important to note. So in addition to the solutions, the technology, and the systems that we were just talking about, the technical assistance is really, really important. So I do also want to shout out some of the incubator programs that the county has invested in, but also through our Office of Small Business. The way we can support folks, whether it's through our office or through the the procurement leads in the various departments, making sure that folks really understand what they need to do to have a solid invoice, because we're pretty good at paying fast when that happens. We also know that cash flow is a challenge in the LA County. Like right now, you can access cash advances. Oftentimes, if you ask for it, the county allows for it. It's a little bit different department to department. DEO, as a recommendation from this board, is piloting a cash advance policy for our own NCC-funded contracts, and so we look forward to coming back in 2025 and sharing about how that is going. But making sure that folks know they have 15% upfront if they want to, so that they can hire up, start delivering services, getting goods out the door right away. We also are going to be launching in 2025 our revolving loan fund, 0 to low interest. That's $2 million to start, but we know that there's already a partnership brewing with the city too, as we're exploring reciprocity to bolster that fund, knowing that folks need access to cash right away, and this would be a new mechanism. And as always, we're thinking about ways to put cash and loan products out there. And so, you'll see from the Department of Economic Opportunity and in January, a small business mobility fund, which will be grants and loans, thanks to American Rescue Plan and Care First Community Investment. So we're trying to think about creative ways to put capital out there to support folks in their contracting efforts.
Great. Thank you all. Wonderful presentation.
Thank you, Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I first want to acknowledge Supervisor Mitchell, who I know has made this a priority in her own work, for us at the board, for us at Metro. So I just want to thank you for really bringing this conversation forward. I might have missed it. So materials that you're providing, which languages are you providing them in?
Yeah, so we try to put all of our, we have staff, first of all, that speak multiple languages, so definitely English and Spanish, and where we can, we provide access to broader languages, but all of, we put it out in sort of like the top 10 languages, and so we try to translate all of our materials, and our website translates as well.
Okay, I think that's helpful. I just met with a group of API community-led organizations who mentioned that they've had difficulty just in that piece. So I'm glad to hear that it's not only English and Spanish, but diversified, and that we continue to diversify those languages. Second, I'm pleased to see that technical assistance resources have launched. I know that some of these resources are available through websites or community events, but we know that especially some of the smaller organizations have capacity issues, and so attending some of these events or being available to learn in those ways can also be potentially a barrier. So how are we making these services more accessible beyond like, here's a set meeting that you can come and attend? And how do we evaluate the need for more technical assistance or less in terms of favorability of a contract?
Thank you. One other thing on language, and then I'll speak to technical assistance. Part of this is related to contracting expansion for nonprofits too. So a lot of our, the Office of Small Business offers direct services, but we also contract to other community-based organizations for outreach and engagement and training and technical assistance. And it's been a priority of ours to contract with folks that have language accessibility across the board. So training and technical assistance for folks who are small businesses and nonprofits is difficult. A 9-to-5 in-person schedule, making sure that you're showing up for 8 weeks in a row, that's almost impossible. We do that sometimes, and that works for some people. But we've also made it a point to offer night and weekend opportunities, virtual and in-person opportunities, modular opportunities. We also have been running what we call sort of like rolling cohorts in a modular capacity through our entrepreneurship academies and with some of our other partners. We're trying out a bunch of synchronous and asynchronous opportunities. We're also building our own, we contracted with a partner to help us build our certification in contracting online self-directed technical assistance, and then connection to our Office of Small Business, our partners, for one-on-one counseling. So I think it's not only that sort of like group or training program, but access to materials and access to one-on-one support. We know that that's sometimes the best way.
Yeah, I think that's right. And Supervisor, one of the other things that we've done in RD is partner with the Office of Immigrant Affairs to make sure that materials are translated into languages, depending on the neighborhood, that we're aiming to either make sure people are aware of contracts or grants or services, and partner with departments to do that through the American Rescue Plan Act funded resources that were available. And then RD runs a Community Navigators program, and that Community Navigators program is also American Rescue Plan Act funded, which goes out to community-based organizations, goes out to small businesses, and makes them aware of contracting, grant, and service opportunities so that they can learn how to do work with the county as well. And that Community Navigator program has a number of community-based organizations and small businesses in partnership with the Center for Nonprofit Management who cover the entire county and the region with a group of community-based organizations and leaders that consistently do that work. So not only are folk invited to events, but we have navigators that are out on the ground in communities making folk aware of these programs and services.
I do want to answer the second part of your question, though, on sort of the efficacy of our training and technical assistance. One of the things that we're doing with our Economic Mobility Initiative, which has a variety of training and technical assistance as part of it, we're funding the LA Area Chamber, Center for Nonprofit Management, REDIF, Project Equity, a bunch of different provider organizations. We are not only tracking sort of diverse enrollment, we're tracking completion of the classes, we're also tracking different metrics of access to permits, business licenses, making sure that get certified. So some of those like initial outcomes that make them more likely to be able to contract with us or sustain as a business or nonprofit. And we're also tracking metrics related to economic growth. So we're looking at hiring capacity, maintaining and growing business revenue over time. So contracting awards that they receive. And so we're looking at the effectiveness of different kinds of training and technical assistance and what that produces both from sort of county utilization and their own economic growth as nonprofits and small businesses.
There are lots of reasons that we would contract in the county. Sometimes it's to give a new department more capacity pretty quickly to stand up sort of a new idea or a new effort. Sometimes we're cutting costs on a particular service or we're increasing cultural competency. There are all kinds of reasons why we might want to contract. And yet, we also want to value labor and our workforce. We want to value our ability to work with local businesses versus, some of the national organizations. We want to diversify our contracting opportunities and how and to whom we grant those opportunities. So, given what you just talked about in terms of data collection, it sounds like you're tracking a lot of things. How do we evaluate success? What should success look like? Is it more small businesses getting contracts? Is it more people of color who own those businesses getting those contracts? Is it, are we tracking gender? What is it that we're looking to see given the amount of work that you're doing as well? It sounds like there's a lot both on the technical assistance side and generally through this effort.
Yeah, thank you for that. So we definitely track all of those demographics and business level detail to try to understand, make sure that we're serving those that have been most historically disinvested across a variety of dimensions and that they have access, but also that they're performing at the same level as the broader pool of entities that we work with. As an economic development department, we are looking for small business growth and nonprofit growth because we know that small businesses are engines of our economy and so are nonprofits, and they also support our economy through goods and services. And so a lot of the things you heard me mention are outcomes related to economic growth, but more importantly, inclusive economic growth. That's what success looks like for us. And so that could mean, increasing the proportion of nonprofits and small businesses who access our services in their ability to achieve public sector contracting, like county contracts, against our utilization goals. That's a metric of success for our department. Or it could look like, small businesses and nonprofits increasing their revenue So those are some of the ways that we look at success.
Looks like there's agreement across the board, so I'm going to take that. And then my last question is, how do we, amidst all of the priorities that you're talking about, when we're also thinking about, how we are empowering a workforce to be economically mobile, to be able to, do all the things that they want to do. How are we prioritizing a protected and empowered workforce, whether that's formally through unionization or ensuring other employment benefits? We've heard from some nonprofits with whom we contract about very low wages, not as much worker protection, and yet these are things that I think we as a board have valued. So how are we factoring that in to whom we contract with, or whether we bring a service in-house, from a contract?
Yeah, I think that's a very important question. I can give you an example of the way that we're thinking about that. So one of them is the Department of Economic Opportunity runs the LA County Workforce Development Board, and we contract with a dozen or so community-based organizations to deliver our job centers and related hiring and training programs. One of the things that, two of the things that some of our CBO partners that have worked with us over the years have said is, and I think this is pretty common in the nonprofit community, that we are not getting paid for our full service, and that we have to braid a lot of different revenue sources to be able to deliver the outcomes that you're looking for. And so that means that we really have to understand sort of like the cost per outcome that we're looking for. And so some of that's just like better understanding our own data and like digging in with them about what it means. And in some times, like right-sizing the performance outcomes together to make sure that when they're delivering in a way that's sustainable. The second is some of our staff that were hired onto contracts, sometimes 100% to serve our job centers, weren't making sort of the living wage standard in LA County. So we made it a floor for all of our job center contracts that they had to earn a living wage standard, and so that the CBOs that were hiring them had to pay all staff at that level, if not higher. So I do think that that contracting can be a tool for us to make sure that we're ensuring that those that we're contracting with, that we're supporting their own workforce as well. And I'd be remiss if I didn't say we also partner with our Department of Consumer and Business Affairs on some of those worker protection issues as well.
Yeah, and I think, Supervisor, the work your board has done, both unanimously adopting and passing an ordinance for fair chance, is another good example of how we're protecting and advancing opportunities for our workforce. RD has worked with DHR and County Council and others to make sure that the County Policy of Equity enables departments to bring people with, justice background, justice-related background into the county so that they can have opportunities. So I think there are a number of ways that county is advancing equity to both advance, protect, and safeguard our workforce and make sure that those who don't have opportunities currently to join the county family can do so.
Can I also just add, I think the board has really been a leader in this regard in establishing the living wage policies that it already has. Last year, also a motion by Supervisor Hahn led DHS to putting in place a higher level of health benefits in all of our contracts for the individuals that work on certain service contracts within DHS. Those entities were already subject to ACA provisions for the provision of health insurance, so they had access to insurance, but it wasn't at the level that was desired by the board, and there were various reasons why certain individuals' circumstances may have led them to not necessarily have access to those benefits. And so the board's policy in that regard led DHS to make alterations, amendments to our contracts to build in place a gold level, ACA gold level plan or platinum level plan to be able to provide an enhanced level of benefits. And I think the intention was that's a model that could potentially be extended across a broader number of departments. So I think the board has really been aware of this and has led, not to say that there's not further opportunities that could be taken. I'm sure there are, but I think it's been a real leader in this respect.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can I follow up on something Supervisor Horvath was talking about when it came to the contracts? I thought there was language that we agreed would be incorporated into all contracts as it relates to minimum wage, health care. And is that not the case? I know we did it with custodial, but I thought it was a template across the board. Am I wrong? I think I am.
I do not, I'm not sure, Supervisor.
Okay.
The contracts definitely do incorporate living wage where applicable, minimum wage, other local jurisdiction requirements. On the healthcare benefits, they are not as specific, and that's why the pilot that DHS is running right now, I think is so important, because we will find out, I think after that pilot is over, whether or not your board would want to apply that across the board to all of our contracts.
Okay, I mean, and there's a lot of questions that were asked that I was also going to ask, but one of them, and this is just the county. Things have to go through county council, and I know with like spas, it sometimes takes a while for it to get through that. Are we looking at how we can, and I'm not picking on you, Dawn, but because everything has to go through county council, is there a way to fast track, or, I mean, I don't know, because I just know that I'm told anecdotally, and actually get calls on the spas, and all departments always say that it's still in county council. I don't know if that's true or not true, but I just feel like maybe we need to look within our own county family as to how things are rolled out.
Supervisor, I think that we could work on a process to streamline spa agreements and to, you know, potentially, if we have the right template for offices to follow, to eliminate the county council review and the CEO's review.
Yeah. Well, I was getting these fees, yeah. But Dawn, go ahead.
No, also I was just going to say, we, following the Covington report, we do have a report back that we were supposed to do with regards to the recommendations on not just spas, but all of the contracts.
Good, and I, just in closing, I just want to say that I think it's great, and I think we do need to do this, and I know that you put a lot of time into it, but we also want to make sure that we have checks and balances to make sure that, for example, you know, my staff was telling me that you can do the signature via computer. What's it called? It's not a wet signature.
E-signature. Yes, e-signature. And actually, Supervisor, your digital streamlining motion, based on that, at least 18 departments today use and leverage our e-signature capability, and we could do more.
Okay, but I just want to make sure that we don't have any fraud associated with that. So I think it's important for us to make sure that we keep our eye on the ball, because we're all pushing hard to get it done, and I don't want there to be any ability to defraud the county or our departments, because there are bad players out there.
Yeah, instances of fraud make it harder for the good acting small businesses to be able to continue to contract with us. So that's certainly important and noted. And we'll be coming back to the board with county council in the next few months around some of the bolstering for the local small business enterprise program as well.
Excellent. Other than that, I agree with Supervisor Solis. I'd like this also put in the record, because the report that SEIU produced caused me concern, and then your response, I don't know if there's a misunderstanding, and I'm hoping that's what it is, and working together in communicating the facts, I think, would be very helpful to better understand, you know, why some of their information is misleading and not accurate.
Supervisor, what we'll do, in addition to having it in the record, we will prepare, we'll take our fact sheet and we will do a letter specifically to respond with the specific examples, and then we will provide citation references so that they don't have to just rely on our representation, but they can go and look at public documents.
All right, great. So with that, thank you all for an incredible report, and now we will go to public comment.
Will Dr. Critical Truth Bay please come forward and staff will assist you? As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item number 9, if you have not already done so, please press 1 and 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, when we have the first speaker, please.
Kathy Shoemaker, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Kathy Shoemaker, and I am working with Exodus Recovery. We have provided mental health services in LA County since 1991 and have recently started working with DHS with ODR and Housing for Help. We provide very successful crisis stabilization services at 4 urgent care centers. 3 of these centers are located in close proximity or actually on the campuses of the county hospital. The success of these programs is related to the collaboration and relationships with these county hospitals and many, many county community agencies. In 2010, as we opened the East Side Urgent Care Center directly across the street from what was then UFC, we developed a very strong and successful working relationship, and that partnership continues till today. It is very, very active. We feel that this relationship will be further enriched with the Restorative Care Village at LA General.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Eric Filmadosian, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon, esteemed supervisors. My name is Eric Marderosian, speaking on behalf of Wesley Health Centers to offer insight on item 9. We are a frontline healthcare agency. Over the years, we have valued the county as a partner in delivering care to its residents. Us and agencies like ours provide deep expertise on specific populations and subpopulations. In our case, our expertise is in the unhoused, persons with substance use disorders or mental health issues, recent immigrants, and others. Frontline agencies are embedded and integrated in the communities they operate in, allowing us to foster a unique, almost personal relationship with the people we serve. These relationships give us direct insight on how best to approach services to the community. By contracting with agencies like ours, we believe that the county has been able to leverage our collective knowledge and expertise to deliver the best possible outcomes and services to their residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mariela Gorosito, your line is open. You may begin.
Hello, this is Dr. Mariela Gorosito from Telecare Corporation. Thank you for having me, supervisors and community partners. We are an organization that believes in the possibility of all to be able to recover that are suffering with mental health and behavioral health issues. And we continue to do that at our Restorative Village here at LACUSD campus. I'd like to highlight the vital work that we are doing at the Restorative Village, along with our partners in the county and DHCS that we're currently facing multiple behavioral health crises in our cities and our communities significantly are affecting homelessness. Our organization possesses the expertise necessary to support populations with special needs, and we are making a tangible difference in changing the lives on the campus. This is successfully largely due to our partnership with the county, where our teams collaborate closely with the county workforce. We are grateful to you all for this opportunity and eager to continue our partnership to create a measurable impact on people's lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Eric Previn, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Interesting suggestion to go for multiple languages, and that's a great suggestion from the API community and Supervisor Horvath, the in-house API community Measure G supporter. Thank you for that. And thanks to County Council for the web of bundled contracts that we are here untangling. I love, for years we were doing less is more. Let's have a contract with Securitas for 15 million security guards. I mean, literally almost more than, and just one after the other. But, I think now we can move in a direction, and one idea is to have county employees take on some small business contracts as an enhancement, since Davenport doesn't want to pay them enough. Let them give contracts to one another. County council can oversee for conflicts. And listen, I think when it comes to RFPs, I love RFPs. I am the guy who's always against sole source contracts. I appreciated Galley's defense by noting 1,600 non.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
AMAC, your line is open. You may begin.
Yes, this is Andrew McPherson. Due to my day rights, I asked for more time. And Madam Chair, please contact me at aintnolimit@gmail.com as soon as your office or the BOS can, please. I'm speaking on behalf of number 9. EDIA could possibly positively affect many people if properly carried through, with actual universal eye-to-eye peer-on-peer surveys across the department as this program progresses. It's important because I'm an LA Care RAC Service Area 5 member, an LA Care public stakeholder, and I honestly can't understand how LA Care staff members are allowed to be abusive, and management has such a high tolerance for abuse that we receive. Please log into LA Care's executive meeting tomorrow online because I'm going to talk about it. I feel there is racism, discrimination, and harassment
Thank you.
without repercussions.
Your time has
solved.
expired. Next speaker, please.
Yvonne Lozano, your line is open. You may begin.
Hello, thank you so much for allowing us to speak. My name is Yvonne Lozano, and I'm representing STARS Behavioral Health Group. We are a mental health agency that contracts with the Department of Mental Health throughout LA County and outside of the county as well. We operate 9 of the CRTs here in LA County, crisis residential treatment centers. We brought our expertise for running these residential treatment centers from other counties that we've had residential treatment centers in before, and really have put on this continuum of care in restorative care village to provide these much needed services. And that partnership with LA County and the RFP process to contract with the county has been essential to this really, really important continuum of care and mental health. Thank you for allowing us to speak.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Ray Say, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for allowing the opportunity to speak on behalf of our agency. So my name is Ray Say, and I'm with the Telecare Corporation, specifically Telecare Magnolia House, crisis residential treatment at the Restorative Care Village on the LA General Campus. I just want to take this moment to emphasize, the important work that we're doing, for our clients here, along with the county and through our partnership. So as we know, the county is experiencing multiple behavioral health crises, which impact homelessness, and our organization has the needed expertise of working with populations with these specialized needs. So here at Telecare Magnolia House, we offer a calm and welcoming home-like environment where referred individuals receive immediate assistance to stabilize acute symptoms and prepare for a successful transition to treatment at a lower level of care. So we are very grateful for this opportunity and continue to look forward to partnering with the county, to help make a measurable impact on people's lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
William Flores, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, my name is William Flores with WellFlow, and I wanted to talk about item 9 as an opportunity for small businesses. I really appreciate this task that y'all have taken on making it more accessible for small businesses. I just started my small business where we provide quality sound for small events and self-literacy writing workshops so that people can tell their own stories and not necessarily have other people tell the stories for us. We're based out of South Central, and we also want to make sure that this is an equitable process where local residents have priority over contracts that are made possible to us, especially like in the service sector and local economy and our artistic economy, which we are limited, have been limited to a gig economy.
Thank you.
We want
Your
to
time has
make sure that
expired.
the artists.
Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Thank you. We will now go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Hi, my name is Dr. Truth Bear. I'm a policy analyst. Equity in the county contracting is very important, okay? As I went to go and get the information from D'Artagnan and Dr. Galley, Miss Kathy decided to wobble her ass right there and tell them not to talk to me. But you want to make us believe that you actually help the community with contracting. As a black woman, I'm going to tell you right now, this is a sham. You say equity, it's mostly for everybody else but black people. So I want us to be very clear. The contracting, we were asking 145 pages for DMH master agreement. Lisa Wong, 145 pages. We still haven't heard anything yet. We need to have contracting for mental health, for the probation, for juvenile detention, for those babies that you keep putting in jail, and yet the contracting is atrocious. There's no streamlining. Until I see it, I just wanted to ask a question. And for your inside staff who eats all day, year after year after year, to tell me that I can't talk to the people who just made a presentation is hypocritical. Let's see it real.
That is all the speakers, executive officer, or this is receive and file. And so without objection, that will be the order to have this report received and filed. It's my understanding that Supervisor Horvath has an urgency motion. Supervisor Horvath?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your leadership in declaring the state of emergency this morning for our residents impacted by the Franklin fire. This is a ratification of the proclamation of local emergency. Beginning on December 9th, 2024, the Franklin fire ignited in the Santa Monica Mountains on Malibu Canyon Road, south of Payomu Road, and rapidly spread to surrounding areas in the county of Los Angeles. The Franklin fire has burned over 2,500 acres so far and has necessitated evacuations of county and city of Malibu residents, led to major road closures and power disruption, and required multiple human and pet sheltering operations. The Franklin fire poses a threat to residential structures, businesses, and critical infrastructures in the area. Coordination, collaboration, and the combined forces of different jurisdictions are imperatively needed to effectively respond to and recover from these and other likely related events. On December 10th, 2024, our chair of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors proclaimed the existence of a local emergency for the Franklin fire in the county. The proclamation of local emergency enables the county to more effectively respond to the Franklin fire, accelerate the procurement of vital supplies, seek and utilize mutual aid, and potentially obtain reimbursement and assistance from the state and federal governments. Pursuant to Government Code Section 8630B and Los Angeles County Code Section 2.68.110, the proclamation of local emergency shall not remain a Disaster Assistance Act and expedite access to state and federal resources and any other appropriate federal disaster relief programs, and direct county departments to implement all assessment, assistance, and monitoring efforts as applicable. I want to thank the governor's office for his quick direction to gain additional FEMA assistance, and to all of our county departments who are continuing to work tirelessly to contain the fire. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We will now vote on the need to place this urgency motion on today's agenda, and then we will vote on the motion after public comment. The urgency finding is before us, moved by Supervisor Horvath, seconded by myself. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis? Aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell? Aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath? Aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger? Aye. Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. So we don't need to vote on the motion since we voted on the urgency of the motion. Okay. We will now hear from members of the public wishing to address the board on the urgency motion and general public comment. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0. Now to comment on these items, Executive Officer, please read the call-in information and call those members of the public who have signed up to speak on these items.
Members of the public, you will have up to 1 minute each to address the board on the urgency motion and general public comment. Please state your name and clearly indicate the items you will be addressing. You may only address the board on these items. We will now call in-person speakers, and while they are coming forward, we will take telephonic speakers.
Will the following individuals please come forward? Jonathan Lawson, Dr. Critical Truth Bay, Dr. Chavez, and Pamela Pease, please come forward and staff will assist you. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
AMAC, your line is open. You may begin.
AMAC?
AMAC, your line is open. You may begin.
Again, my name is Andrew McPherson, and due to my ABA record, I ask that be practiced. My email is ain'tnolimit01@gmail.com. I was accosted by Olinda Merkins, the staff of LA Care, during the last BLG meeting. She pushed me, and that was while we were on a 5-minute break, and I was asking, did the public have an opportunity to speak publicly about a closed item that was getting ready to be called? With that being said, I have not heard word back yet. Also, Cindy Pozos and Adalia Delatora and many other staff members interrupt our Regional Community Advisory Committee meetings, pre-writing an agenda, taking away our committee members' time to speak. She called me yesterday and confirmed that the people who are running for the election only have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak about their office and what they're going to do. It's a dictatorship, and it needs to be addressed. Hilda Solis is a chair, a
Thank
seat
you.
at the Board
Your
of
time
Governors.
has expired. Next speaker, please.
William Flores, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, I would like to touch upon graffiti art. It's labeled as vandalism at the moment, but that is an attack on art in general. So I would like for y'all to reconsider the funds that go into policing and shift it into art, which will help people express themselves and heal. Again, my name is William Flores. I'm with the South Central Arts, founder of the South Central Arts, and you can reach me at wewillflow.com.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Arrogant Hollywood, your line is open. You may begin.
Okay, so your new DA, Nathan Hodgman, he needs to stop focusing on the guilty Menendez brothers and instead use his time and energy and launch an investigation and find out why King Arrogant was framed for a violent and serious crime he never committed. In frivolous case GA114055, Brian Mark Rosenberg recklessly showed a phony GoPro video recording to Superior Court on April 4th, 2023, April 5th, 2023, and February 2nd, 2024 that depicted and displayed Arrogant Hollywood wearing clothing he never had on February 21st, 2023. Look, this is your second warning. You've already been sued in Sacramento. Listen to me, Horvath. You're next in Northern District. You better overturn this case. I'm not playing with you guys. You're going to get sued in Northern District, another 400-plus page lawsuit. You're causing the county money. So hurry up and dismiss this case. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Eric Previn, your line is open. You may begin.
Can you just direct me to which item this is? Are we on now general public comment?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you, sir. I appreciate your attention to detail, and you're taking a quick glance at the AT&T contract. Wouldn't mind breaking that down to a smaller group. Now, in terms of the county's meeting protocol, I would like to, first of all, thank Supervisor Hahn for today's participation. And I would like to also thank Supervisor Mitchell, Supervisor Barger, as well as the villager Supervisor Solis. So I got everyone, except for Supervisor Horvath, who I would like to encourage to be happy about the Notre Dame situation. And, you know, now that Barger's in charge, we need to streamline and try to, you know, roll up this with the right sleeves and keep moving forward towards access to the meeting. Thank you for your time. I mean, 4:30 in the afternoon. You know, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Thank you. We'll go live. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Jonathan Lawson. I would like to give a general public comment and also comment on item 16, which is the strategic plan to curtail street racing in LA County.
Okay.
I have used my own assets to build a small event that happened at Willow Springs on December 7th, 2024. We got a pretty good turnout. I am working with other known street racers to help curtail this and actually stop them from racing. I'm working on making an official event that would be able to keep them from being in the street, the people that actually desire not to do criminal activity. I am looking for other ways to find support to help build this up so that I can go forward and reach a lot of the different areas in the LA County. It's a little bit hard with me doing it by myself, but I am trying to build a racing format that will help them to be able to use what they do in an area that is safe, that also will bring.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Agenda 1, 2, and public comment.
You get 1 minute for public comment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So just to wrap it up, I do appreciate a lot of the accessibility that you're having for service providers. So that is something that I see an improvement significantly with LASA. One I'd like to point out is a praise report. There is a supermarket, well, I'll say supermarket, like a food chain, Mother's Nutritional Center, Richard Flores. The Flores family, they started this business in 1995. These small markets, they sell fresh fruits and vegetables. And in South LA, I can't tell you how important that is. Not only on top of that, those families who have EBT cards, they actually, the first of the month, get $60 in free fruits and vegetables and groceries. Now, it's organizations like that that we need to implement when you're expanding your DCFS locations to have supermarkets like that available. So Mother's Nutritional Center, to really highlight them and for the county.
Next speaker, please.
Here, health and wellness aren't buzzwords. We live them. Multiple studies show that regular contact with nature is essential for our mental health, and separation from it is detrimental to our well-being. For many, parks are the only opportunity they have to be outdoors, to see local wildlife, and play in a safe environment. But it's not just fun and games. Parks are economic engines for our communities, attracting people and businesses, fostering development, and enriching lives in both tangible and intangible ways. Here, everyone is welcome. We celebrate our differences and build roots to strengthen the ties between communities. Your local park staff are working hard to cultivate a space for everyone, regardless of their circumstances, where they can turn up as their most authentic selves. So next time you step into your local parks, remember, you're not just taking a break. You're investing in your well-being, your community, and our collective future, because parks make life better.
Thank you. That is the last of our public comment. So we have the urgency motion introduced by Supervisor Horvath before us, moved by Supervisor Horvath. I will second that without objection, but let's do a roll call.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 3-0.
All right, that concludes today's meeting. Please note that the next regular meeting of the board will be held on Tuesday, December 17th, 2024 at 9:30 a.m. Thank you.